Gerbiamas Seimo pirmininkas.
Speaker of the Seimas, President of the Constitutional Court, Chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, dear colleagues, excellencies, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. I am pleased to welcome the conference organized by the Committee on Foreign Affairs, World Congress of the Crimean Tartars, and to the international conference called Crimean Tartars 3 years after the occupation of Crimea, State of Play and Further Response Strategy of the International Community. Without further ado, I'd like to mention that the language of the conference is English and Russian. The meeting is broadcast via the internet, therefore it is very important to observe the time limit noted in the program. This meeting is dedicated to mark the Day of the Crimean Tartars. During the break, there will be an opening of the exhibition of Rustem. We will also have a press conference to observe the situation in Crimea, human rights violation of Crimean Tartars. The topic of the Crimean Tartars in the current day global agenda has been overshadowed by other topics. Therefore, this event is dedicated to remind once again everyone that the Crimea has been annexed and occupied for 3 years now, that there are a lot of human rights violations, and these violations are against the Crimean Tartars. Active occupation of Crimea and the non-recognition policy of the annexion, as well as the attempts to support the Crimean Tatars, is high on the agenda of our foreign policy questions. However, Russia is unwilling to cooperate with international organizations with a view to ensuring objective information access and to implement the recommendations of the Human Rights Monitoring Mission. This shows that the international community has to further unite its efforts in conducting non-recognition policy of Crimean annexation and to provide a due response to the human rights violations in Crimea. Today, we're going to hear the President of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania, the Chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, also experts from Ukraine and representatives of the academia. I'm very pleased to note that the conference is attended by the Speaker of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Viktoras Pranckietis, who will soon deliver a welcome address. The Foreign Minister, Linas Linkevičius, due to unexpectedly changed agenda, will join us later on. Mr. Speaker, the floor is yours.
Gerbiamas Mejliso pirmininkė.
Mr. Chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to speak while standing on the affairs of this solemn nation. It is a very solemn and distinguished day for the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, since it is hosting an event dedicated to the Day of Crimean Tatars. When it comes to Tatars, for us, the term is very dear to our hearts, and we are all aware that it relates to Crimea. We still have hope in that the people of Crimea will regain their rights and that Crimea will eventually be free. That is why this year the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania adopted a resolution on the condemnation of the continued occupation and annexation of Crimea, as well as the annexation and occupation of the autonomous regions of Ukraine. and which continues to ban the official public establishment and representative executive body of Crimea, the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. While following the official agenda of the Seimas as well as the Republic of Lithuania on Ukraine and Crimea, we should all recall the historical background. Everyone here recalls that for many centuries we have lived in friendly cohabitation with the people of Tatars. Back in 1800s, 90% of this region were Tatars. In 2017, the figure accounts to 10%, so it is basically, if taken in absolute figures, twice as less than once used to be. I had a chance to view the exhibition downstairs by Mr. Rustem Eminev, and I got a rather gloomy impression. So I've asked to assess the positive images in the paintings. So they were, nearly all of them, rather gloomy faces in the paintings, and only one of them represented a positive image, all of which represents the current life taking place in Crimea. Which forces us to recall the events that happened back in 1944, as well as the ones happening recently, all of which are related to the loss and kidnapping of the people of Crimea, none of which we should accept. Perhaps we will not be able to overcome all the barriers today. However, today is the day when we have an opportunity to voice the opinion of the people of Crimean Tatars across the world. In Lithuania, we have a village of 44 Tatars. This figure marks harmony in the Islamic religion. It is believed that a person who helps a blind to walk the next 44 steps is worthy of going to heaven. So I hope the next 44 steps in the years to come will be the ones that will help to bring the Crimean Tatar people back on the path of independence. Thank you very much.
Dėkoju, gerbiamas pirmininkė, jums.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the attention that you have focused to this relevant topic and to the meeting of ours, to the ideas that have inspired us. Let us now move on to the first part of the conference, which is called The Occupation of Crimea and Its Consequences to Crimean Tartars. We're going to hear 6 experts, and we will cover many aspects. My request to the speakers would be not to speak longer than 10 minutes, maximum 12 minutes, so that we could have the opportunity to speak during the second part of the discussion. I'd like to give the floor now to the chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, president of the World Congress of Crimean Tartars, member of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mr. Refat Chubarov, who is going to speak on the state of play in Crimea occupied by the Russian Federation, massive violations of human rights, repression, and restriction of basic rights. The floor is yours, Mr. Chubarov.
Литовской Республики, уважаемый председатель комитета Сейма Литовской Республики,
Your Excellency, Speaker of the Seimas, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, members of the Seimas, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen.
парламент Литвы принял специальную резолюцию
More than a year ago, the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania adopted a special resolution on Crimea and the Crimean Tatar people and their rights. This very same hall also hosted the meeting of the Executive Committee of the World Congress of Crimean Tartars. The resolution, which was adopted this March, by the way, prompted adoption of other international documents, namely targeted resolutions. For example, last February and last May, specific resolutions were adopted in the European Parliament. On the 19th of December, the UN General Assembly had also adopted a specific resolution on the situation in Crimea and the one related to the Crimean Tatar people. This April, on the 19th of April, the International Tribunal has also adopted an international document focusing on the key issues that were also specified in the seimas resolution. Among them, the International Tribunal committed the Russian Federation, the occupying power, to eliminate the bans related to the rights of the Crimean Tatar people. Following this decision, the Cabinet of Ministers of the Council of Europe has also adopted a document requesting specific actions on behalf of the Russian Federation, as well as specifying the modus operandi by the member states. Ladies and gentlemen, we should also note that at the moment, the Russian Federation is still capable of disregarding the international documents, even by those international organizations whose membership the Russian Federation also shares. In the meantime, the situation of the Crimean Tatar people is deteriorating. This can be explained by the targets that the Russian Federation pursued following the annexation and occupation of the Crimean Peninsula. Russia currently tries to turn Crimea into its forpost. It is now a place which is also inhabited by people which are not loyal to the invaders, and so Russia does not want to see such people living there. That is why the Russian invaders are trying to make every effort to push away these people from these territories by all means of intimidation. In this respect, I could mention all the different forms of repression against the Crimean Tatar people and other people of Ukrainian origin. But let me stop at the most important ones. The ones that could be singled out in the actions by the Russian occupational government. These measures are first of all aimed at undermining the will of the Crimean Tatar people restricting the actions by the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. This nation has already gone through numerous forms of repression. The current deputy chairman of the Mejlis is also arrested, and similar restrictive actions have been taken against another deputy, Mr. Umerov. Similar actions have also been taken against other members of the Mejlis. Another direction of repressions pursued by the Russian invaders contains repressions targeted against the activists of local communities. Fictitious accusations are put forward against them, believing that they are the ones that instigate extremism. 19 of them are currently facing charges on the basis of establishing extremist organizations or pursuing activities by such organizations. The Russian Federation is currently trying to make use of all the possible means of repression in Crimea, which are targeted at deceiving the international community. That is why fictitious accusations related to the activities, religious activities of local people are put forward. Moscow believes that this will help in misleading its global leaders, in demonstrating that Russia allegedly is fighting against the bad Crimean Tatar people, those that are instigating terrorist attacks. The freedom to peaceful assembly is and the freedom of expression are the rights which are not enjoyed by the Crimean Tatar people. The media in Crimea is restricted. The main media channels are RTR television, the Black Sea television, the Crimean News Agency. All of them have been evicted from the Crimean Peninsula and are currently non-functional. All of these channels are currently trying to spread the information via different channels from different places. And the right to peaceful assembly, once again, depends on the loyalty, the level of loyalty to the local invaders. Anyone who has any doubt on the decisions by the Kremlin cannot establish their own alliances or organizations. At least they cannot happen in Crimea. At the moment, people are now thinking whether or not they are capable of continuing their lives in Crimea. Yet another point is forced conscription of the young people into the Crimean army. Today the situation is as follows. It does not matter. The origin of the people does not matter. All of the young people are sent to the continental part of Russia for forced conscription. In the end, let me note that in November 2016, the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine has adopted a document assessing the situation in Crimea. The document also takes into consideration the deportations and other repressions that happened in May 1944.
И в то же время парламент Украины специально дал оценку сегодняшней ситуации в автономной
The Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people abroad has declared these actions as repressions against the Crimean Tatar people. The document also assesses the actions by the occupying power. All of these actions are the ones that are related to the eviction of people or restriction of their rights, whether directly or indirectly, persecution of people on the basis of language and other grounds. All of these actions have been termed as genocide of the Crimean Tatar people in the document.
в оккупированном Крыму, судьба их во многом зависит от продолжительности оккупации.
The fate of the Crimean Tatar people at the moment is very complicated. It depends largely on the length of the occupation. If it's going to be a long-term occupation of Crimea, this means that everyone living in Crimea, and primarily the Crimean Tatar people, will have to face serious consequences. We have went through similar phases in the past. The actions by the Russian Empire more than a century ago have been similar to the ones that we are witnessing now in Crimea. In the 21st century, Putin does not dare to address the problem of the Crimean Tatar people in the way that was pursued by Stalin, simply by boarding all the people into cargo trains and sending them into oblivion. However, the general aim of these actions are the same as the ones pursued by Stalin, which is to have a Crimea without the Crimean Tatar people. Which can be seen in the actions pursued in the native land of the Crimean Tatar people pursued by Russia. As for all the other problems, such as the problems of ecology or the problems of the fate of the local people, all of these problems eventually depend on the length of the occupation in Crimea. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have heard a lot of important information which once again confirms the timeliness and importance of this event, aimed at including the issues related to the Crimean Tatar people on the agenda of international organizations. And now it is a pleasure for me to give the floor to the first head of state of the Independent Republic of Lithuania, Professor Vytautas Landsbergis.
Labą dieną, gerbiamas pirmininkė.
Mr. Speaker, Chairman, distinguished guests, brothers, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I'd like to begin with a brief introductory remark of how I see the situation. We, as Lithuanians, as the nation, as the community, have special relations with certain nations? Well, we usually say that Latvia and Estonia are our siblings. But today, more than ever, we should say that Tatars are our siblings too. Crimean Tartars might seem very far away from us, at least farther away than Latvians and Estonians are. But we share the same history and the same destiny. We've been evaded and occupied into the same and by the same empire. And the occupiers thought that Crimea was their justified territory. And this occupation served for them as a legitimization of their territories, just like in the case in Lithuania, when the Russian Empire said that our appraisal movements were those that were against the legitimate authority of Russia. However, the destiny of the Crimean Tatars was even more tragic than that of Lithuanians. I hope that we will all be able to see the common history and the common destiny of ours and of the Crimean Tatars, because we have both felt the attempts of the occupier to annex our countries, to invade our countries, in order to prevent further insurgents movements in the future. Well, this was a rather clearly understandable policy by the empire. This policy touched upon not only Lithuania, but also the nation of the Crimean Tatars. We should also see more parallels between our destinies. But since today we're speaking about the current situation and the status of the Crimean Tatars, as well as about the disasters that the Crimean Tatars have to go through, so I will use either the word Tatars or the word Crimea. Well, I know that there are some other Tatars too, because we have Tatarstan. We also had some feelings towards the country, and we're the first country to recognize its referendum on sovereignty in 1992. And Tatarstan voted for its sovereignty. There were periods when Tatarstan had some sovereignty, according to the proposal of Mr. Yeltsin, who said that take as much as you can afford. And, well, of course, there were some Russian nations that took the direction towards sovereignty. However, due to some violent actions, they lost their sovereignty. Well, but today we're talking about the situation of Crimean Tatars, therefore I'd like to give some remarks of mine. We have to pursue a very clear status, and I mean in international sense, the status that is recognized, the status of the territory, the status of the land. This territory is part of Europe, and its population live in that territory. So we have to look at the current situation, at the current status of the population, and this status has to be as clear as possible from all the perspectives, and first and foremost from the perspective of Ukraine, as well as in the United Nations. And, of course, in the European Union, of which Lithuania is a part of.
pageidautina, kad tai būtų visos ES pozicija.
And it would be very good if Lithuania's position was shared by the entire European Union, so that we were not blamed of being separatists, or that there were different treatment of one and the same thing. Therefore, we apply to the unity of the European Union with regard to this issue. This is what Lithuania has been doing, and this is what Lithuania intends to do. We have to once again promote our approach towards this activity.
Žodžiais kalbant, tai yra
In very simple words,
ir aneksija,
Crimea and the situation in Crimea means the occupation and annexation that has been forced by an alien authority. It is the country which unfortunately has to follow the laws that are those of the alien country, and those laws are implemented by force.
arba veikiama iš dalies ir pagal okupantų įstatymus.
And the country currently has to operate under the laws of the occupier.
Ir tada aneksatorius, kiek gali, tiek
Then
išnaudoja.
the occupier and the annexator
Tos neapibrėžtos
tries to make every use of those
ir legitimuoja
uncertainties in order to legitimize its actions. His actions are legitimized by forced actions, the actions of violence, and this should not be the case. However, I often hear
teismų, kažkokių teismų,
from some courts, from the judgments of some courts,
neesančių
or
teismų,
from courts that are in the Russian courts that are in Crimea,
Rusijos konstitucijos
or some
teismo,
judgments of the Russian Constitutional Court, if this could be treated as a court, if it only serves the dictatorship and the
dažniausiai su kabutėmis. Bet jeigu mes jas matome,
authority of the occupier.
tai gal ir neturėtumėm
Since we treat such courts as
sakydami, kad ten koks
those that are referred as
aneksuotame Kryme ką nors nusprendė. Juk ne jis
as alleged courts, maybe we should not take into account their judgments too.
turi būti nuspręsta. Jeigu jie pas save namuose, Maskvoje,
If
tą įgyvendina,
at home in Moscow such order is implemented and the judgments of the alleged courts are implemented, then it is okay, but this should not be done in Crimea, because currently those judgments and those courts are just an attempt of Russia to impose that these are real courts and that there is law and law enforcement in Crimea. This is a fiction, because this is the will of the ruler that comes from Moscow, from the Kremlin. In the modern world, this should not be the case. In the modern world, we should not consider when some legal situation exists, and we should challenge the situation.
negali būti, jie visi yra neteisingi.
All these decisions by such courts and by such authority are illegal.
Tai tartum jau ir to bendro neteisingumo mažiau, tik atskiras veiksmas neteisingas.
It's not only one single action is illegal, all of the actions are illegal. I wanted to warn everyone who
Pasipriešinimo veiksmais
agree with the judgments of such alleged courts,
ką nors veikia, kad nebūtų pakliūnama į tokius spąstus.
that you should not get into the trap. You should not get into the trap of terminology. And through accepted terminology, we usually see the legitimization.
Nei ten yra kokių
But I believe that there can't be any legitimate courts in the occupied territory. Also, the decisions that are taken by courts are not true decisions because they cannot be challenged in the court which is illegitimate. It would be the same as to complain to the court in Moscow. It seems like a very childish game if such laws are obeyed, the laws of the occupier. Many things in the country, in Crimea, are imposed. Since we were also occupied, we all understand that communication, postal, taxation matters are all imposed. We believe that Crimean people should stop paying taxes to Russia, because by paying taxes they support Russia. But we know that in Crimea many companies have been taken away by the occupier. This dictatorship tries to take away whatever people have in order to leave them without nothing. There is one very sensitive issue in this case, and that is the issue of conscription and conscripts. Let's call it the conscripts of the territory of the occupied territory. Crimea is a part of Ukraine. Well, legally we have no doubts about that, but in future anything might happen. If in future legal ways are taken to address the issue of the status of Crimea, which has not been done so far, so anything might happen. But now we know that the situation currently is imposed by the invader. So, well, we should not call the Crimean people as conscripts. They are not conscripts, they are recruits. And this is a crime according to the Geneva Convention. According to the Geneva concept, people of the occupied country must not be taken to serve in the army. For example, in Lithuania, Lithuanian people were taken or were recruited to the invaders' army. So the situation in Crimea is very similar. Because here we see an invader, a violent invader, who comes to the country by force, who takes a young person from the occupied land and forces this young person to take an oath of allegiance. And after the person takes an oath of allegiance, he has to be loyal to the country. Well, when we restored our independence, we had to regulate all those things. I remember when we dealt with one of the laws, as far as I remember, it was the law on the citizenship. And, well, we had to say it clearly that the oaths of allegiance that were given to the occupier have no value at all, and they do not commit a person to anything, because people were made, they were forced to give an oath. If they do not respect this oath, this does not mean that they become traitors. So when you break this oath, that does not mean that you break the code of ethics and you become a traitor. People should not be reproached for breaking the oath, because the oath that was given, was given by violence and to the alien country. Therefore, similar arguments should be taken into consideration when talking about Crimea. Therefore, we should not reproach those who were forced against their will to take an oath of allegiance to the invader. Such people who have given oath should not feel guilty for kind of betraying Ukraine because they had to take an oath with a gun against his head. This is not the case that should be done in the 21st century. I don't know whether Ukraine, Crimea, of which is a part, has done any legitimate steps to clarify this situation, and whether Ukraine has said to its citizen in Crimea that the actions that you were made, that were forced to do not commit you. Just like we said to our young recruits, we cannot defend you physically. We don't have the military power, but we are going to take legal measures to defend you, and in all the arenas possible, we will say that coercion is not the right measure to undertake. And you can resist. You can resist to take an oath, which would be a very strong action of resistance. But in life, it might have severe consequences. Therefore, we are not offering our people to refuse taking an oath or refuse going to the military commissariats. Some people have refused to go to the Russian military army. But such resistance poses risk to the people who refuse. It's up to the person whether he refuses to take the risk, or whether the person decides to take the oath. Well, I don't know. Maybe Ambassador knows better how Ukraine deals with this issue. I know that people in Crimea need at least moral assistance, because now they face a very particular situation. Therefore, it is the task for Ukraine to solve and to find some legal ways of how to defend its own people in Crimea that is being occupied by the alien force. Well, I have so many ideas. I don't know what to highlight, because there are lots of similarities between the Crimean Lithuanian history. Lithuania was part of Russia, but Russia, in all the forums, used to explain that the Baltic countries had never been sovereign states. But Lithuania was a true historic country. It was a country for centuries. This helped Lithuanians, Latvians, and Estonians to understand that we are not some kind of a province.
pasiskelbė valstybėmis. Ta buvo bandoma primesti ir tarptautiniu mastu.
When such ideas were imposed even internationally. In order to fight those ideas back, we had to be very perseverant.
Krymo atžvilgiu taip pat yra dar daug labiau
But
užmiršta Krymo.
in the context of Crimea, I believe that the history of Crimea has been forgotten even more. Crimean Khanate had existed for very long. Of course, there were some vassal relations with the Gold Order, with the Grand Duchy of Lithuania.
Ir Lietuva nebuvo joks ten engėjas
Lithuania
žmonių, priešingai jie veiksmingai dalyvavo.
was not an abuser of Crimea. All those nations were equal partners and participated, for example, in the Grunwald battle and other battles too.
Mes
So
esame Lietuvoje ir kaunamės už Lietuvą. Tai istoriniai dalykai.
it
Taip pat
is part of our common history.
duoda pagrindo.
And this provides us the basis to speak about our then citizens and about the
Naikinami, kad jų neliktų, išvežant, žudant,
offsprings of the then citizens.
tiesą sakant,
Well, in fact,
taip pat pasmerkti. Perspektyvoje buvo
we were doomed too, because it was said that Lithuania will remain alive. However, there will be no Lithuanians. So the same with the Crimean Khanate. There will be Crimea, but there will be no Crimean Tartars there because all the population will be brought to Crimea. So
jas paryškinti dabarties atžvilgiu, tuo metu, kai suprantama, Krymo totoriai yra
well, we understand that Crimean Tartars are a minority, and this is a minority which is being prosecuted and abused and threatened and intimidated. When we hear threats and intimidations of the same kind in Lithuania, for example, we were taken by carriages to Siberia, and this time you will go to Siberia on foot. We still hear such intimidations. We have some examples, and we also know how their friendly neighbors talk to Crimean Tartars, because the aggression of Russia have changed their rhetorics. And now Russians look at Crimean Tartars as if they were their enemies.
patrimoninė teisė.
The Khanate has a patrimonial right to stay there.
Taip veikia, kad veiktų.
And the intimidation in that the people are being
Tai norėdami padėti
intimidated of being killed unless they flee, forces people to actually flee the territory.
jie irgi yra žaloja.
The chauvinistic imperial propaganda also does harm to the people. These people are prevented from any future peaceful cohabitation.
Kad ten vyksta kova ne
Let us have a very clear goal. It is not only the battle for the rights of the Crimean Tatar people that is going on there. It is also the battle for humanity that is taking place there.
ateiti klausimas dėl tikro apsisprendimo.
And perhaps eventually we will see a moment in time, a determining moment in time on the final self-determination.
Normaliai
On normal conditions, there cannot be such a case when an invading army comes to a land, declares independence for that land for a single day, as it was done in the case of Crimea. For one day, Crimea was an independent state, so that the next day it could declare its alleged decision to disappear into oblivion and become integrated as part of another state. All of this was done in front of us, so this needs to be constantly reminded so that it does not become a habit in the future, one that accepts a fact that has already happened. A common sound mind, the one that exists in Europe, cannot accept such a fact. So let's make every effort to ensure that Europe stays normal. Thank you.
Gerbiamas profesoriau, nuoširdžiai dėkojame už jūsų išsakytas mintis.
Thank you, Professor, very much. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. And now it gives me great pleasure to inform you that we also have President of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania, Professor Dainius Žalimas, present with us, and he agreed to share his insights today with us as well. So please, Mr. President, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the Seima, head of the first head of the restored independent, chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, ladies and gentlemen. Well, in fact, the topic of my presentation is very wide, and I will try to be brief, to concentrate on the violations against Crimean Tartars. I know that there will be many more speakers after me. So I will speak about the occupation and annexation of Crimea from the perspective of international law. Well, how to assess it, we already know. But I'd like to remind to everyone that the way the annexation was carried out we can find the list of aggression and annexation in history previously. The definition of 1974 of the United Nations of the General Assembly established the concept of aggression. This concept was known from 1933, which meant that the aggression means an armed occupation of some country. So the same happened in Crimea. The major institutions in Crimea were occupied. Annexation was already the implication of the occupation. We all remember the blockade of ports. There were also military groups were sent to Crimea. So we know that this is the aggression that is forbidden by the international law. There are no arguments to justify it because there are no documents and arguments to justify the use of military of armed force, because this was not self-defense. Because Ukraine did not attack Russia. It also does not mean the sanctions of the United Nations. If Russia thought that Crimean people face the threat due to the events in Crimea, then according to all the international law, the Russian Federation had to apply to the UN Security Council and to ask for the use of some sanctions against Ukraine. This was not even a fake letter of the President Yanukovych. So this letter was not the basis for the annexation and occupation where Yanukovych asked for help. I'm not going to assess this letter at all, and the legitimacy of this letter because, well, we know the circumstances under which this letter had been written, and Yanukovych did not carry out his duties. Well, it is obvious that there are no arguments in favor of the occupation annexation. Therefore, to claim that the referendum was legal under the occupation conditions would be improper. There are lots of examples in the international law. I'll remind you of one, and that is the military tribunal of the Nuremberg court against in Nuremberg judgment of 1946 of the 1st of October, and it was contended before the tribunal that the annexation of Austria was justified by the strong desire expressed in many quarters for the union of Austria and Germany. The ultimate factor was the armed might of Germany, ready to be used if any resistance was encountered. While looking into other legal scholars and their articles, they do not deny that Russia helped the referendum to take place, and this is not a justification for the annexation from the Nuremberg judgment times. Well, the treatment of international community was also different. Ex iure is the Roman principle that has been known for a long time, and it has been accepted since 1932 that the annexations made by force should not be recognized. I would also remind you of the resolution of the United Nations General Assembly concerning the non-recognition of the annexation of Crimea. It would be enough to have fingers of one hand to count those countries which have recognized the annexation of Crimea. Also, there was the resolution of the United Nations Security Council of the 19th of December 2016, which identified that Russia was the occupying country, and Mr. Landsbergis has already mentioned of some arguments, but we should also take into account not only the army of the military country, but also the issue of citizenship. But also there are some other resolutions of the OSCE Parliamentary Assembly, the European Parliament resolutions, as well as other resolutions of other international organizations. But we should look at to how this situation is assessed by the Russian Federation itself. I'd like to quote the program of the German nationalists. Who demanded that the Germans had the same rights as other nations, and that the treaties of Versailles and Saint-Germain should be eliminated. Russian, the so-called legal scholars also base their arguments on the self-determination of the nation, but when having in mind Crimean Tartars, their case should not be treated as the self-determination of the Crimeans themselves, because Russia constructs the narrative of the Crimean people while putting emphasis on Russianness. There are some arguments which are very ridiculous. For example, in some cases, secessions are recognized in international law, and this remedial secession means that the country decides to succeed from the Union when there is a threat to its existence. For example, in the case of Kosovo, we should not and we cannot compare the cases of Crimea and Kosovo because the Russian so-called legal scholars are working towards that direction, and they say their arguments are, for example, Mr. Kapustin said that Ukraine did not allow the people of Crimea to freely determine its will by means of internal democratic procedures. So, the scholars also say that the country decided to the country had to be annexed because Yanukovych resigned as the president. Also, that the erection of monuments of Lenin in Crimea were also the reasons for annexing Crimea. Well, some of these arguments, as I have said, are very ridiculous. I'm not going to enumerate all those. And, for example, when justifying the annexation, for many times the program of the German nationalists was cited. Also, Russia believed that the USSR was illegally disintegrated, therefore Russia had a full right to restore its country. Moreover, Russia believed that the countries did not achieve a satisfactory settlement of issues related to borders, especially in the case of Crimea.
Minėtojo referendumo rezultatai turi būti laikomi privalomais visoms buvusioms Sąjungos Respublikoms, įskaitant Lietuvą, Latviją ir Estiją.
On the 17th of March 1991, a referendum was organized, and it was said that the results of the referendum must be mandatory to former Soviet republics of the USSR. Well, these arguments are not justified. So, one aspect should be mentioned here. Apart of the violations of the international law, that is the use of force, there were some treaties, agreements with Ukraine, and one of the agreements is still valid because it cannot be denounced. It is the agreement of 2003 between Russia and Ukraine on its borders, on their borders. Borders unilaterally cannot be denounced. According to the international law, also, those borders cannot be rejected even if the circumstances change substantially. For example, in this case, the change of the power in Ukraine. So, according to the Russian Federation, all the procedures have been implemented related to the annexation of Crimea. However, the agreement between Russia and Ukraine concerning their borders are still valid, and according to this agreement, Crimea is a part of Ukraine. I'll very briefly mention one more aspect. The annexation of Russia by the Russian Federation is very specific. As the president of the Constitutional Court, I'd like to say that the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation was used for the annexation of Crimea. The Constitutional Court of the Russian annexation adopted the judgment, which was necessary according to the domestic law of the Russian Federation. I believe that we won't find any analogous situation in other countries. According to this law, in order to accept a new part of territory into the country, there was a need for a positive conclusion from the Constitutional Court. This conclusion was made overnight. On the 18th of March 2014 at 7 p.m. And, well, this raises many questions, but of course, it can be said it is for the first time in the history that the Constitutional Court of the country has contributed to the conducting of international crimes, being well aware of what they are doing, because they are legal experts, they are professionals, and they were very well aware of the implications of their actions. Mr. Landsbergis also said that we should not expect those alleged courts to follow and to respect international law. Most probably you have noticed that when talking about sanctions against people who contributed to the annexation of Crimea, only Ukraine and Lithuania added presidents of the Constitutional Court to the list of sanctions, whereas other countries did not include Russian Constitutional Court judges into the list of sanctions. So the Constitutional Court of the Federation of Russia not only contributed to the annexation of Crimea, but in fact conceptually legitimized Russia's action towards non-implementation of the judgments of international courts. It also explained that the Russian Federation cannot implement certain decisions taken by the international organizations because they are not compliant with the legal norms of the Russian Federation. This ruling was taken in 2015. Therefore, international decisions are not implemented in the Russian Federation. We should not have any illusion that those decisions will be implemented. Well, we have the case of UCOS. It has already been ordered to the authorities not to implement the decision taken by the European Court of Justice. So the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation was a kind of an instrument in annexing Crimea. And the last word should be said about the temporary measures of the International Court of Justice. Well, the system is far from perfect, and unfortunately, the International Court of Justice does not have the jurisdiction to analyze the question of annexation of Crimea and the substance of this annexation. Both the countries, both Ukraine and the Russian Federation, recognize the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice in cases of on elimination of racial discriminations and some other cases. The case concerning the International Court of Justice ordered to restore the activities of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people, and also to eliminate the measures that were taken in order to restrict Ukrainian language as language of instruction in Crimea. However, these decisions have not been taken into account. The violations are persistent against the Crimean Tartars in Crimea. The people are arrested. Their political will is restricted by forbidding the work and activities of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. But as I have mentioned, the international community should do several things, but these are not very numerous, and that is to pursue the policy of non-recognition of the annexation of Crimea and the actions of Russia as of the sovereign in the territory of Crimea, and also try to impact the actions of the Russian Federation so that it implemented the decisions of the International Court of Justice and other international institutions. And also the international community could only hope that, like in 1985, 1990, the situation in the Russian Federation will change, and they will come back, they will adopt the rule of law in the Russian Federation again. Thank you.
Dėkojame gerbiamam Konstitucinio teismo pirmininkui. Dabar norėčiau suteikti žodį.
We thank the President of the Constitutional Court, and now we would like to give the floor to the signatory to the Act of Independence of the Republic of Lithuania, former Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania, and former Ambassador of the Republic of Lithuania to Ukraine at the time of the annexation of a part of the territory of Ukraine, Mr. Petras Vaitiekūnas.
Lietuvos valstybės vadovė, gerbiamas užsienio reikalų komiteto pirmininkė, Seimo narė.
Professor Landsbergis, first head of state of the independent Lithuania, Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, ambassadors, members of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people, ladies and gentlemen. Together with Jurgita Daudzė, as a special envoy, I had to spend 3 weeks in Ukraine, and I witnessed the onset of the occupation by the Russian Federation in Ukraine. And today I can say that the occupation was not provoked on any grounds, and without any grounds the Russian Federation launched a war against the people of Ukraine and eventually occupied Crimea. The occupation was followed by a referendum organized on the 16th of March 2014. It was neither free nor fair nor legitimate. The results of the so-called referendum were null and void. I was also a witness of the violations of human rights in Crimea. Since the very first days of the occupation, persecutions against the leaders of the Crimean Tatar people, including Mr. Rafat Chabarov, have been launched, as well as against the entire Mejlis of the Crimean Tartar people, which is currently banned. Together with the annexation and occupation of Crimea, the tragedy of the nation of the Crimean people has started once again, followed by the mass eviction of the people from Crimea. It is my hope that the invader will be contained. Meanwhile, the homeland will be returned back to the people of the Crimean Tatar people. What is the reason for my belief? Am I naive or too romantic? Or perhaps I have some historical arguments, some rational arguments to justify my hope.
vykdoma
The annexation of Austria
Sudetų okupacija ir aneksija.
was also justified by the occupation and annexation of Czechoslovakia, which yet again was pursued on the basis of faulty arguments,
Surežisuotais provokaciniais veiksmais.
fictitious provocative actions. However, there are certain very big differences.
Okupacija ir aneksija Austrijos
The annexation of Sudets, the Anschluss of Austria, all of them happened under the consent of the major powers such as France, Italy, and England. Today, in the face of the occupation of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, we witness the violations of the human rights of the Crimean Tatar people, and such violations have been condemned by the major global powers such as the UN, the European Union, the NATO, and the US. What also inspires my hope is that in 2014, very weakly armed and basically unprepared volunteers of Ukraine, mainly from the Maidan Square, together with the Ukrainian army, had a major impact on the Russian military plans. Back in 2014, Kiev, having no hope of victory and having no control over its 190 military objects in Crimea, had a possibility to be engaged into a bloody conflict. And I've seen with my very own eyes that the Russian government had prepared a tactical plan ensuring a maximum number of civilian casualties in the event of military shootings. The Russian Federation has deployed its military forces under the secret signature in a way so that the civilians would inevitably be engaged into crossfire, thereby ensuring maximum number of casualties, thus opening the way for the next phase of the Russian occupation, making way for the Russian Federation to bring its forces openly into the territory of Ukraine under the justification of protection of the Russian citizens. This would repeat the same case scenario where both sides would be claiming the loss of casualties. Therefore, no other party to the conflict would be able to support any of the parties. The same thing happened in Georgia. However, this did not happen, luckily, in Ukraine, particularly in Crimea. This plan failed because Ukraine not only did not provoke, but also did not subdue to provocations, thereby achieving several victories. Let me enumerate some of them. First of all, Ukraine succeeded in preserving the lives of people, which is an absolute value. And it was preserved at a huge price, because the armed forces of Ukraine were demoralized. All of 190 military objects in Crimea had to give in, but let me stress that this helped to preserve many lives. Secondly, Ukraine has won a diplomatic battle in the UN in the United Nations. It is the only country that managed to achieve a diplomatic victory in terms of frozen conflicts. The UN adopted a resolution which clearly identified the annexation of the territory of Ukraine. And the resolution was adopted by 100 against 11. The 11 losers, including besides Russia, North Korea, Zimbabwe, Syria, Venezuela, and other friends of Russia. All of them lost at a ratio of 100 against 11. By the way, this resolution was proposed by the Lithuanian diplomats together with the diplomats of Canada, South Korea, and others. Russia vetoed other countries vetoed any military solution to the conflict. Thirdly, with the help of avoiding any casualties or any military, open military actions, the plan by Putin started in Crimea because the Russian Federation lost the possibility to extend the occupation and thus launch military actions from 2, 3, or 4 fronts. Russia had a plan to pursue this kind of scenario. However, it failed to do so because of the lack of casualties. I believe the plan was to occupy the shore of the Black Sea. Ukraine would have therefore lost Odessa, Melitopol, Mariupol, and other Black Sea ports. One more note, by the way. Unless the Kerch Bridge starts functioning properly, and I believe this is quite possible, I believe the Russian Federation will be able to launch another actions to have a land corridor towards the Ukrainian territories. Without such a corridor, any further military actions by the Russian Federation are non-viable. Currently, there are sanctions against Russia that are valid. Sanctions are supported by the countries that support democracy and freedom. The sanctions are to be strengthened and enhanced, and they should target technologies. Without the Western technology, without the Western optics, microchips, and other technologies, the Russian tanks can neither shoot nor drive. The same could be said about the equipment of the Navy and the infantry. Most importantly is that Ukraine is capable and has been capable for the past 3 years to resist the occupation and annexation of its territory by the Russian Federation and pursue reforms gradually, step by step. However, it is capable of coming closer to Europe. I continue speaking on Ukraine simply because the fate of Ukraine and the Crimean Tatar people are inseparable. If Ukraine succeeds in achieving its European integration goals, so will the Crimean Tatar peoples will be able to regain their homeland and come back home. As for Lithuania's role, a lot has been said today that the President, the seimas, the government, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the NGOs and the mass media of the Republic of Lithuania are doing a lot
Mes nepripažįstame
for the sake of the Crimean Tatar peoples. We do not recognize the annexation and occupation of Crimea. We support the territorial integrity and sovereignty of Ukraine. We knock at the doors of international organizations as well as the minds and hearts of the people across the world.
valstybės sekretoriaus Rekso Tillersono užduotą klausimą.
We answer responsibly the questions by the U.S. Secretary of State Rex Tillerson as to why the U.S. taxpayers should care about Ukraine.
Mokesčių mokėtojams.
And I should add, why should the EU, Canadian, Australian, or the citizens of the free democratic world should care about the destiny of Ukraine? My answer to this is that we have to care about this because the President of the Russian Federation, President Putin, does not want to see a free and democratic world across the world and is interested in breaking the law that existed for 7 decades, ensuring peace and stability across the world. The war that is taking place, the warfare in Ukraine, is not a civil war of Ukraine. It is a war launched by the Russian Federation having massive consequences. President Putin, after pursuing his tactical war, made tremendous mistakes, both in Georgia and Ukraine. Do you believe that he will be able to stabilize the situation, to localize the conflict and resolve it? You are wrong, because that's not the goal of President Putin. Any resolution of a conflict is not the goal of President Putin. Power, and only power, is his goal. However, his government is what humiliated the people of Russia. The economy of Russia is deteriorating, oil prices are not going up, and there is nothing essentially to be proud of. In the meantime, the sanctions against Russia are only being enhanced. And so President Putin, willing to keep his ratings, which is synonymous to preserving his power, will have to look for different victories. In which countries, which directions I do not dare to speculate. But what I do know is that Ukraine and Donbas is currently absorbing the majority of the military energy of the Russian Federation. And there is less of this energy remaining for us. President Putin should not leave Ukraine without paying a price for it, and should not leave Ukraine as a victor. And we have to support that. The Russian military machinery should stay there at the ruins of Ukraine so that it does not come here to ruin our land and the future of our children. The policy by President Putin and its collapse has to start in Donbas, for which Ukraine needs to receive the support from the West, military, investment, financial, educational, protection of the human rights and other kinds of support. We cannot allow a new tragedy of the Crimean Tatar people to happen. And we cannot allow a new eviction of the Crimean Tatar people to happen once again. I am certain about one thing, and that is all of us who care about humanity, us, Lithuanians, Russians, Crimean Tatars, we have to be capable to reach the hearts of the 500 million strong Europe, to ensure that Europe does not turn away from Ukraine, that US does not turn away from Ukraine, and does not leave Ukraine to stand alone against the Russian aggression, so that Europe joins Ukraine and Donbas. And my final remark. Only the success of Ukraine will be able to solve the super task of Ukraine. This is the only thing that is preventing the current success in Russia. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now let me give the floor to the Lithuanian Foreign Minister, Mr. Linkevičius.
Thank you. I'd like to express my gratitude to the Seimas and to everyone who organized this meeting. And it's for a few times now that we have been organizing this conference of Crimean Tartars in the same. Unfortunately, the situation and the status of the Crimean Tartars is not improving. The schools are being closed, both Ukrainian and Tatar ones. We also face with such a phenomenon of our current days in the world that Crimea has become a litmus to show how the world responds and reacts to the situation. So it's not only about the aggression by the Russian Federation against Ukraine and Crimea, it's about the response and the reaction of the world, of the United States, the European Union. And we should talk about the price of international crimes. Shall the country have to pay the price? We have to talk about the requirements of the international requirements. Many things that we can adapt to, we can get used to. But it is the 21st century and that the borders, European borders, are being redrawn, and we should not consider it as a normal. This is our problem. We should not treat that this is a problem of annexed territories or occupied territories. This will be our problem if we do not stop, if we do not stand against such unjustifiable priorities, unjustifiable precedents. So when we talk about non-recognition policy, and I believe that this is a joint position that has been expressed by many international organizations, at least the ones that I know. Also, many countries have also expressed their non-recognition policy. I know that the new administration of the United States and Secretary Tillerson has on numerous occasions said that as long as Crimea is occupied, as long as it does not depend to what it has to depend, the sanctions will have to remain imposed on the Russian Federation. But again, I'd like to add that it is very important for us, for Europeans, that this non-recognition policy has the content, that it has some diplomatic repercussions and political implications. We have to formulate all this so that it was clear for the Russian Federation that we do not speak in slogans. There are people saying that, well, in the future there will be no changes. So let us remember our history, the history of Lithuania, when nobody believed that someday something will change. But soon the situation changed very quickly. I can only recall the example of Germany, of Eastern Germany, because Eastern Germany and Germans living there had never lost their faith, and they have always believed that the country will be reunified. And I have no doubt that justice will win over injustice. One thing that we need is the political will. We have to fill those slogans with a content and to formulate our demands. As far as the position of the Republic of Lithuania is concerned, I believe that our friends in Ukraine do not have any doubts about. Mr. Chubarov is well aware of our position. We have been very active on the global arena in raising the issue. We have raised this issue during our membership of the UN Security Council in 2014. So this action has given an impetus for other actions when several global leaders debated the issue of Ukraine on numerous occasions later on. We are among those, a few, unfortunately, those who have stressed that the Crimean Tartars are a minority in Crimea and that they are tortured and prosecuted. Because we have a different story than the one that is being told by the Russian Federation.
apie tautinių bendrijų struktūrinę sudėtį šiame krašte. Taip kad tos tiesos sakymui
We have
per daug
to
niekada
constantly
nebus, nes
tell the
tai
truth
yra
because the truth is never enough. The truth has not been spread widely enough, and I have no doubt that we are going to raise this issue on many possible international arenas, including the OSCE. We will continue raising, meeting people from the human rights organizations. We will try to analyze the situation in Crimea to see and to monitor the violations that are undergoing in Crimea. But still, we need some positive, and we are very proud as a nation and as the country that we have historic roots of tolerance and of cohabitation, co-living with other nations. We believe that all the nations have the right to reveal their identity, to live their life, to nurture their customs and traditions, and to see their future in a democratic country. The example of the Crimean Tartars in Lithuania is an inspiration for us. I believe that we have to support the nations that have very difficult destinies. I would like to congratulate the community of Lithuanian Tartars on our common festival on the day of Crimean Tartars, and I'm grateful to everyone who organized the meeting. Thank you.
Dėkoju gerbiamam ministrui.
Thank you, Minister. I'd like to say now that we will have the discussion in the second session of the conference. We will start this session at 12:30. Now I'd like to invite everyone to the opening of the exhibition of Rustem Eminev, which will be held in the first floor. And this will be the opening of the painting exhibition by Crimean Tatar artist Mr. Rustem Eminev. After that, we are going to have some coffee, and we will come back to the second session at 12:30. Thank you.
Mili bičiuliai,
Dear friends, we're short of time, so I guess we shall start. I'd like to express my gratitude to my old friend Juozas Bernatonis for the moderation of the first session of the meeting. And now I will have the pleasure to continue with the ideas of the previous conference. We have already said that the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania has adopted a resolution confirming its continuation of foreign policy objectives. Last year, the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people came to Lithuania, and after that, we contacted the parliaments across the world, requesting them to establish relations with the Crimean Tatar Mejlis, the parliament of the Crimean Tatars. As a countermeasure to the actions of the Russian Federation, which declared that the Mejlis of the Crimean People's Tatar is an illegal organization, and that cooperation with this Mejlis is considered to be a crime. Most probably you remember that last year, when we held the World Congress of Crimean Tatars, alien forces launched a cyber attack against the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. I'd like to note that we are seriously concerned about the use of the criminal code of the Russian Federation, where the Russian Democrats, I have in mind the Article 8, so those Democrats who are against the annexation of Crimea were punished according to the Penal Code of the Russian Federation, which relates to the integrity of the Russian Federation. We therefore contacted the Russian Federation requesting to repeal this law, because this law is used to repress the Russian Democrats. Today, it was also declared during the first part of the session, and it was said by the President of the Constitutional Court of the Republic of Lithuania, and that was the decision of the Russian Constitutional Court that was made overnight to recognize the occupation and annexation of Crimea. We are well aware that the Russian Federation disregards the international norms and that the Russian laws are treated to be as superior ones over the international law. I therefore think that the Congress of Constitutional Court of from all over the world, which will be held in Lithuania in September this year, might look at this issue too and express their opinion concerning the actions of the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation. I believe that having in mind this context, the presentation of Mr. Andrei Senchenko is very important. But at 1 o'clock, we are going to have a direct link with Mr. Petras Auštrevičius, who will be speaking in the European Parliament, who will speak what is being done in the European Parliament to support people who are fighting against the occupation of Crimea. I would also like to note that this conference is attended by members of the Seimas, signatories to the Act of Independence, and we also have Mr. Žygis Povilionis, member of the Seimas, Egidijus Vareikis, also member of the Seimas. These are distinguished politicians from Lithuania. Therefore, now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Andrei Senchenko to look at the issue of property that has been deprived from Crimean people. The presentation is titled Gross Violations of Property Rights and Extorted Assets, the case of Crimea after the occupation by the Russian Federation. Mr. Senchenko, an outstanding politician, is also the chairman of the public movement Sila Pravna. The floor is yours, Mr. Senchenko.
Уважаемые коллеги, Российская Федерация, начав вооруженную агрессию против Украины и оккупировав Крым,
Dear colleagues, friends, the Russian Federation, when occupied Crimea and annexed Crimea, it violated various international agreements and bilateral agreements between the Russian Federation and Ukraine. Those actions violated the rights of 2 million people residing in Crimea. Today, I'd like to talk about the violations related to property rights that are conducted by the Russian Federation. Until 2015, when aggressive actions against Ukraine were planned, they tried to get the support of the criminals who lived in Crimea previously. Alexei Aksonov was one of the leaders of the criminals in Crimea. The similar situation was in the Crimean City Council, which represented the interests of the Kremlin and Moscow.
В качестве платы за содействие оккупации и аннексии Крыма названные персонажи получили от российского руководства не только высшие посты в оккупационной администрации полуострова,
received posts from the Russian Federation in the administration of Crimea. They were also granted the right to extort property from Crimean people. In spring 2014, the extortion of property was conducted by force, and it was conducted by the leaders of the criminal world in Crimea. From the assets from the bank of Crimea, approximately 300 kilograms of gold were taken away. The appetite of the invaders expanded not only to the public institutions but to other institutions as well, to the scientific institutions, to various creative and community-based institutions, to the objects of cultural heritage. Lots of property was taken away and extorted, and people tried to provide a legitimate basis for that. After the so-called referendum concerning the status of Crimea, it was decided that the private property is taken to the hands of the authority of Crimea. Also, the continental shelf of Crimea and the Neftegas company was decided to be belonging to Russia. According to other decrees, all the Ukrainian military equipment and other instruments used by the army that were in the Crimean Peninsula were declared to be the property of the Russian Federation. On the 14th of March, in 2014, there was a treaty signed concerning the accession of Crimea to the part of the Russian Federation, which means that the Russian Federation took away the property of Crimea. And that was the case when transport, engineering infrastructure was taken away. Various resources were also taken away. Many of the taken institutions were sold to various private bodies. For example, on the 16th, in February of 2016, the resort Forus was illegally privatized, and previously this resort belonged to Ukrainian people. Also, the Russian authorities decided that some property of the Ukrainian government that was on the territory of Crimea were transferred to the Russian authorities. Russia's approach towards Ukrainian's property shows the meetings of Berlusconi and Putin. In 2015, Mr. Berlusconi and Putin visited Crimea, and in the company Mossandra drank the Heres wine made in 1975. This type of wine has been preserved for many years in this Mossandra company. On the 24th of March,
11 боевых кораблей, 6 вспомогательных судов военно-морских сил Украины, 19
Russia
самолетов и вертолетов вооруженных сил Украины. И
took
более
over
4000
19 planes of Ukraine, helicopters, many units of armed equipment, and all this equipment belonged to Ukraine. Now, as far as the Neftegas company is concerned,
оккупанты присвоили месторождение, буровые
the
платформы,
invader
авиацию, производственную
government took over the drills of oil, as well as the specialized navy, the gas repository with 19.5 million cubic meters of gas. The navy of Ukraine went also to the hands of the special services of the Russian Federation. Oil drills that were 60 kilometers from the beach, that were close to the city of Odessa, were also taken away. In 2017, the Russian militaries shooted at the transport aircraft that was flying over the oil drills. The Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation and its action should also be taken into account. For example, in 1989, 75 million of military personnel were in the Russian army. The peninsula was highly militarized, and the percentage of the territory of Crimea was militarized. After Crimea was occupied, the Ministry of Defense said that the ministry had the right to all those lands that belonged to the Russian Federation before the dissolution of the USSR. So again, the Crimean Peninsula was militarized, and the militarization was of the same level that was previously. And
24 гектара земли на побережье озера Донузлав, вблизи Евпатории, выделенные украинскими властями за несколько лет до оккупации частному предприятию в долгосрочную аренду.
when Ukrainian authorities rented huge territory of land, those companies built many buildings. However, after the occupation of Crimea, the Russian authorities have taken away this land together with the buildings that have been constructed by saying that this land and those buildings belonged to the Russian military before the dissolution of the USSR. Despite the fact that on that territory the buildings were absolutely new. Now, the Russian Federation have a new master plan in order to change the purpose of a major plot land, the land plots. The Russian Federation attempts to implement a new project under which people from the Far East, as well as other territories of the Russian Federation, would be settled in the territory of Crimea. Also, the property of Crimean businesses was taken away with the help of the judicial system as well as with the help of the Russian law enforcement institutions. Oleg Belavintsev, the envoy of the Russian Federation, was the person behind all of those property taking away.
И оформляли решением оккупационного Госсовета и Совета министров процесс национализации и последующей квазиприватизации объектов и предприятий, либо
He was the person to formalize all those privatizations, or should I say quasi-privatizations. 131 entity was privatized, and the decision to privatize them was taken on the 26th of March 2014. And that was on the same day when the Crimea was taken, was incorporated into the Russian Federation. Also, over 2,000 real estate objects were appropriated. A company called Vashod, which had 500 shareholders, had its assets looted. And, for example, the building which belonged to the company, the building which was 4,000 square meters, was transferred to the Ministry of Defense. Company for producing concrete, together with the transport, with the raw material, and with the production, which cost about $60 million, was transferred to a private company which personally belonged to one famous Russian politician. Shipbuilding companies, transport companies, as well as construction companies and real estate were appropriated. Thousands of acres of land in resort territories were also nationalized. These all served to satisfy the wishes of the leadership of the Russian Federation. One Russian fund, with the support of the occupational authorities, took away 7 buildings, and one of the buildings belonged to the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. Attempts of businessmen to protect their rights failed. All those actions, including the actions of the Constitutional Court of the Russian Federation, show that such nationalization was acknowledged to be as the legal one and that no rights were violated. Ukrainian citizens living in Crimea also have to respect the Russian law, saying that they have to pay 32% of tax tariff from profits. Therefore, many entrepreneurs now that have businesses in Crimea try to sell their businesses. So this shows that this is not an internal problem of Crimea. This is not a problem related to the Russian Federation too. We have to protect the world from the barbarian uncivilization of the medieval ages. If we do not do anything, the Russian Empire will extend very far away, from Vladivostok to Lisbon. Thank you. I'd like to express my gratitude to Mr. Senchenko. As Mr. Senchenko said, this is only a tip of the iceberg. The scope of the cases is massive.
Mes tų skaičių dabar nenorim skelbti, bet jas
We
paskelbs Ukrainos centrinė valdžia.
are not going to declare those numbers. It is the task of the central authorities of Ukraine to declare the figures, but we have to hear the history behind it. We have to know that not only Crimean and Ukrainian property is being appropriated, but it's also the foreign property that is being appropriated. Now I'd like to address our technical staff to ask whether we have a link with the European Parliament.
Taip, ačiū. Tiesioginiam ryšy yra užsienio reikalų komiteto narys, mūsų Seimo ilgametis.
We have a direct contact with our long-time colleague, Mr. Petras Auštrevičius, currently member of the European Parliament from Lithuania. Let me just ask Mr. Auštrevičius whether he can hear me.
Sveikas gyvas, jūs sveikina.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you, dear friend. This distinguished audience would like to welcome you. Let me first of all inform you that you are welcomed by Mr. Bernatonis, chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, members of the committee. We have guests from the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. We have signatories to the Act of Independence and other distinguished foreign guests. Mr. Auštrevičius, if we may, can we hear a brief intervention by you on the consequences of the occupation and annexation of Crimea in the current context of the European Parliament, how such discussions are taking place? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to say a few words to this distinguished audience. I believe it is quite symbolic and just and right that Lithuania is in the lead of those countries that undergo existential crises. I believe we have a historical right and obligation not to allow anyone to forget those countries that have to undergo the same existential crisis and raise these issues on international agendas as much as possible. As for the current actions within the European Parliament with regards to the Crimean Tatar people and the annexation and occupation of Crimea, I have to say that these issues are constantly on the European Parliament's agenda, and we have managed to succeed in ensuring that when it comes to relations with Russia or the agenda on Ukraine, it would not be possible to pursue anything unless we approach in one way or another the situation in Crimea. We have to stress that history is very difficult. The situation is a very complicated one, producing no solutions at the moment, and it is very difficult to achieve any progress, especially when there are so many problems. There were times when there were attempts to take a milder tone on these affairs. However, these affairs are constantly on our agenda. In the months of February and April, we've discussed the issues pertaining to the Crimean Tatar peoples. This month, we've also had a debate in the plenary where we also discussed the situation in Crimea. And I'm certain that we will have many more of such discussions and resolutions in the European Parliament. This does not mean, however, that the general issue is being resolved. Unfortunately, with resolutions, we simply state the obvious, state the problem, And we are forced to conclude that the final resolution of the situation lies in further actions. By the way, the G7 summit in Italy, after we read the entire communique on this summit, I believe we can say that there is a positive note in the communique, because we can see that the issue of Crimea has not been forgotten and remains on the global agenda. However, what I find important is that all of the events that are currently taking place in Crimea are unfortunately developing not in a positive way towards the Crimean Tatar people and the local citizens in general. As well as the legal environment in this part of the world. And everything that is happening there has to be documented. In the meantime, in the European Parliament, we're now drafting a document based on numerous hearings. And I have to stress that every year within the Committee on Human Rights, we host 2 to 3 events a year related directly to the occupation of Crimea and the situation of the Crimean Tatar peoples. Because we are referring to the removal of the right, the innate right to enjoy human rights and freedoms, that the restrictions on such rights is what's being discussed in the committee meetings. And the state that launches such restrictions has to be taken to international courts more than once. That is why the European Parliament's Committee on Human Rights is ready to draft a document which I believe will eventually become a truly good document. Because despite the ongoing occupation and the persisting occupation, I am certain that we have to document every case. And I hope that the document will cover all the illicit actions that have been taken against Crimea, as well as against all of the citizens of Ukraine, including the Crimean Tartars. And the final punishment day is coming closer. It is difficult to say yet when exactly is it going to happen, but all of those who support the Crimean Tartars and the independence of Ukraine, we have to believe in this idea. What is also important is that we have to support, by all means possible, the Crimean Tatar activists, many of whom have been arrested in the most brutal of terms. Quite a few of them have been taken to the Russian Federation. Some of them are imprisoned in Crimea, though. However, we have to help all of them, not only in political terms, but also in social and financial terms. Their families have no way how to make ends meet. I am aware that there are quite a few organizations in Crimea included helping those families to persist. Because let's face it, for those families whose rights are restricted and whose breadwinners are imprisoned or interrogated, it is very difficult to make ends meet. So solidarity must take form not only in social but also in financial forms. Sometimes even the slightest support imaginable is what can definitely make a difference to these families. And finally, United Nations is the format of an organization where the situation of the Crimean Tatar people must constantly be stressed. I believe we do quite a lot in the European Council and in the European institutions. However, let's raise this issue of the Crimean Tatar people within the United Nations at a very serious level, because this will not give way for Russia to leave the situation without bearing any consequences. Finally, we congratulate and support all the public activists who support the Crimean Tatars and who contribute on a daily basis to these crucial efforts by being subjected to persecution, to the payment of numerous fines and financial punishments. Russia, by the way, is very active with such fines and punishments. The fines are sometimes up to 4,000 to 8,000 euros, which are truly huge sums in comparison to their payments. So Russia does a lot to persecute local activists. And in general, the atmosphere of intimidation is a very cruel one to live in. However, let us have faith in that the struggle will not end, and I hope that the young Crimean Tatars who will take over the belief in freedom of their nation will join the fight. I don't want to say that the fight is doomed to decades of many more struggles. But if we have partners which will have a deeper conviction in the truth of this struggle, that day, the final day will come, which will show to the younger generation that their struggle for survival, with our support, is the one that is always led and accompanied by the same goal. And finally, let me just say that within the European Parliament we have many supporters who support this struggle. We are well aware of the difficulty of being in that difficult environment with a far fiercer rival, an opponent. However, freedom, our commitment to freedom, should prevail. We are committed to supporting the Crimean Tatars, and I do believe that this conference is the stimulus in supporting the Crimean Tatars. We are well aware of the struggle that you pursue. Let me just say that we will always stand side by side to you in support of you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Petras, for your support, and we are well aware of your skills in persuading other members of your political group. If we may, can we just give the floor now to Mr. Rafat Chubarov, the chairman of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. He would like to ask Mr. Ushtayevichus a question.
Mr. Petras Auštrevičius, thank you for the work that you have been doing in support and in defense of Crimea and Ukraine. Well, today, during this conference, we are trying to find the answers concerning related to Crimea and Ukraine. Well, the Minsk agreements itself have been exhausted.
в рамках
Well, these are
Евросоюза
only my deliberations, but, well,
подходы к
the
разрешению этого глобального кризиса,
European Union may
вызванного нападением России на Украину.
reform the solution of this global crisis that has been
Восстановление территориальной целостности Украины на основе
made by the Russian Federation. But I wonder whether we can restore the integrity of the Ukraine within the boundaries respected and recognized by the international community. And what could be done together with the European Parliament? Dear Rafat Chabarov, may I welcome you to the seimas of the Republic of Lithuania in Vilnius. I'm very happy that you make this topic public, but I am personally convinced that a better forum to address all those issues would be, of course, the Geneva talks. Unfortunately, currently we have the forced format, which is in place. Unfortunately, we have to admit that Russia ignores any invitations to change this format into a broader one, so that the European Union could take part as a partner. Also, I believe that the High Representative for Foreign Affairs, Ms. Mogherini, could also take part in such talks. But I don't know when this might happen. It is paradoxical, though, that the Minsk process is far from being implemented. The text itself is written in the language of Aesop, because it seems that if one starts implementing point number one, it will be difficult to start implementing the last chapter of the agreement. But one thing is important, is that we have to demand from Russia that the key agreements in Minsk agreements have to be implemented. That is the restoration of borders and the negotiations between the Russian Federation and Ukraine as regards Crimea. But I still believe that those ultimate decisions that we are talking about, that is the restoration of independence of Crimea as part of the territory of Ukraine, and the restoration of the rights of Crimean Tartars, will happen during the negotiations in the other format. I believe that the Minsk agreements might be helpful to restore the status quo situation, but having in mind the fact how the Russian Federation, for example, last week, the member of the Russian Duma said that Russia might be the first to use the nuclear weapon in case if two conditions are fulfilled. For example, if the US or NATO tries to interfere with Crimea and to the eastern Ukraine. In other words, the Duma member said that they might respond with a nuclear weapon. But this has been done in order to increase the tension. And this also shows that even Minsk agreements are difficult for the Russian Federation to implement. Despite that, we have to demand that Russia implements Minsk agreements in order to proceed further. Thank you, Mr. Petras Auštrevičius. And to conclude, I'd like to say that the state of Ukraine, supported by the Republic of Lithuania, started a new topic, and that is the appropriated assets in eastern Ukraine and Crimea. My request to you would be to talk about these problems at the international level. We have heard the presentation by Mr. Andrei Senchenko, who mentioned the scope of the appropriated and nationalized foreign companies, including companies that trade in oil and gas. So we would very much expect that you personally speak about those problems and that you mobilize the efforts of the European Parliament in order to address the issue of the property of the Crimean property appropriated by the Russian Federation. It should be constantly reminded of such cases. So, if you accept our request to pass the baton of those discussions to other members of the European Parliament and to inform the European Parliament of all those scopes of gross violations of property rights, I would be very grateful. Thank you, Mr. Emanuel Zingeris. I will take my opportunity to speak about this problem at the European Parliament. Later on, I will contact with the experts from the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania as well as its institutions. I hope that I will get the contacts so that I could organize a similar event in the European Parliament. I truly believe that personal cases as well as national cases against the Russian Federation should be taken into consideration, and we are ready to work towards that direction. Thank you, and now you can participate in the discussion as the one from the audience. And now, I'd like to apologize to my guest, Yuri Lukanov, who had to be speaking now, but now I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Yuri Lukanov, an independent journalist, a rapporteur of the Human Rights Information Center on the safety of media representatives in Ukraine. And Mr. Lukanov is going to speak about the restrictions of freedom of speech and situation of the Crimean Tatar media in the occupied Crimea. Mr. Lukanov, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'm a journalist, but at the same time I represent here a Human Rights Information Center in Ukraine. If you have nothing against it, I would make a mixed report in English and Russian. Because I see that there is domination of Russian language, I think it's a bad idea. I would say that Crimea is my personal responsibility because I am active journalist, and I covered the annexation of Crimea in that time. I arrived there in the first day after appeared information that the green men occupied the building of the government and Supreme Rada of Crimea. And I remember it was very emotional, telling the truth, that the editor of ATR, Crimean Tatar TV channel, took my hand and asked me, why do you leave us? Why do you leave us? Don't leave us. What could I do? I am just journalist. I don't have a power to stop it. I can just tell people what was happening in that time. So, unfortunately, it was absolutely logically that the Russians, they tried to shut down the Ukrainian mass media because they tried to prevent spreading of truthful information about what was happening in Crimea and what is happening now. But it was just a complex of measures. The roots of present situation is in the annexation of Crimea. I remember that in that time
some journalists were detained. For example, cameraman of Channel Plus, French TV channel, David Geoffriot was arrested by so-called Army of Crimea, and we, with two journalists from Center of Journalist Investigations, liberated him. We had 4 hours negotiations with so-called Army of Crimea. There is so-called Politruk Selivanov, his Vladislav Selivanov. Later I discovered that he had criminal roots in Dnipropetrovsk. Now it's Dnipro. But it was done just because they wanted to prevent spreading truthful information. They, for example, I went in the first day when the green men showed up on the streets after occupation the government buildings. I went into the quarter, quarter of the Supreme Rada. It was surrounded by the so-called Army of Crimea, but they took me for Russian journalist. I discovered there was a car with transmission equipment. It served just for Russian journalists. No one foreign journalist could free access to that quarter. Crimean politics approached them and gave them interview. They had access to the parliament, but no foreign journalist. It's just episode which I saw personally. But their politic was the next one. They tried to purge their territory. And from the beginning, you see, Andrei mentioned this case. He is an owner of the TV channel Chernomorskaya, and it was cut off the air it was a first step. It was in the beginning of the March. In a week, rest of Ukrainian TV channels, local and national, were cut off the air. Then, in the end of the April, Crimean Tatar ATR, TV channel ATR, was cut off of the air. They were replaced by the Russian TV channels. Also, Russian legislators, they just without reference to any legislation, even Russian legislation, they described some people whom they didn't like as a separatist. They issued oral statements that some mass media spread some terroristic information, and that's why they demanded to delete this information. And also, but later it was without. I wanted to stress that it was without reference to any legislation. But later they solved this problem. They made two amendments to the Criminal Code of the Russian Federation, according to which a person who called for disintegration, violation of Russian integrity with the use of the media, that person could be sent to the prison for up to 5 years. And now there is a court under this charge. Ukrainian journalist Mykola Semena is charged with a call for disintegration of the Russian Federation, and he could be sent to the prison, like Oleg Sentsov, documentary director, but he was sent to the prison for 20 years, almost for nothing. Not almost for nothing, for nothing. Also, I mentioned the case of a French journalist who was detained by so-called Army of Crimea, but this practice is continuing. 1 year ago, there was arrested Ukrainian journalist Igor Burdiga just because he was suspicious in cooperation with right sector, almost mythology organization, but fortunately he was just questioned and liberated. But anyway, it was a risk of arrest. Now they refuse to register media which aren't loyal to the new authority. And if, for example, there was a case when one newspaper just published satirical pictures, described some members of the government, and then their registration, their accreditation to the Supreme Rada, not Supreme Rada, right now, how is it called, I'm sorry, to the authority of the Crimea, it was cancelled, their accreditation, just because of these pictures. But of course they explained it in different way, but the real reason was criticism against the authority. Ну, я не буду перечислять, и теперь переходя все-таки уже более концентрированно к средствам массовой информации крымских татар.
Now I'll move on to the Crimean Tartars and to the situation on Crimean Tartars. I'm not going to speak about all the mass media publications, what obstacles they had to face with. TV channels, newspapers, information agencies, both public and private, had to face various obstacles after the occupation of Crimea. Since Crimean Tartars is the nation that is the indigenous ethnic nation of the Crimean Peninsula, they came back to the Crimean Peninsula decades ago, and they started criticizing the current authority in the occupied land. But who needs those who criticize them? Therefore, the authorities started fighting against the Tatar media, and most probably you know, well, I'm not going to mention specific cases, I'll mention only some of them. You will see my presentation in the booklet that you have on your tables. So, for example, one of the editors of the TV channel was sacked because during the annexation of Crimea, the channel tried to be objective and to provide an objective coverage of the events. But the authorities were not interested in such objective coverage, therefore the editor was sacked. Also, some other editors of other channels were sacked, and loyal editors were hired.
Собственно говоря, там не осталось свободных средств массовой информации, которые
лояльны. The channel was funded from the funds from the Russian Federation, and it was loyal to the invader. But the free media moved its operations into the territory of Ukraine. Many publications, as well as a TV channel, Kurichi, moved to Ukraine. However, the Russian authorities tried to somehow block the publications, tried to block the broadcast of TV channels. Now, in Ukraine, we are trying to unblock the signals. However, this means a very long fight, but we still have to raise a question, what should be done? Because not everything is that sad as it might appear from the first sight. And I'd like to repeat, although majority of mass media broadcast from the territory of Ukraine, a free radio branch was established. In Crimea, well, this is a very good fact, but we should not stop at that. I believe that the Voice of America, Free Radio, Freedom Radio should also be heard in the territory of Crimea. So what could be done globally? This is not the topic of my presentation, but I'd like to note that the human rights organizations have engaged in very intensive consultations regarding what could be established in Crimea, which is similar to the things that have been established in Belarus. For example, to have a special rapporteur on the issue of Ukraine and Crimea. I believe that the issue of Crimea is unprecedented, and it is a gross violation of international law. We should not leave this problem at that. I believe that Lithuania will join that process. I don't know what could be done. I believe there should be consultations, but I believe that there should be an institution which could address the issue of Crimea at the global level. Thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, I will be happy to answer them. Thank you. Gulnara Bekimov had to talk about the importance of preserving the identity and historical and cultural heritage of Crimean Tartars. We moved this presentation to the discussion part, but now I'd like to start the discussion, and we have the Deputy Chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, Egidijus Vareikis. Sorry, I also have to say that we have Saulius Pečeliūnas, a former member of the Committee on National Security of the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania, and I'm happy to see him. Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make some personal and political reflections, why we are here and why Crimean Tartars matter for us. And maybe I will provide some solutions of what could be done politically. I have to say that my personal I have personally met with Crimean Tartars a very long time ago. My father, when being in exile in Siberia, met a Crimean Tatar. And my father said that the Crimean Tartars were people of very pure spirit, and that they were not contaminated by any Soviet pollutants. And this left a very strong impact on me. But then I started analyzing the maps, I started looking at the history, and I noticed that at some period of history, Crimean Tatars appeared, then they again disappeared. Then I looked at the history of the Northern Caucasus. Well, of course, I only had the Soviet sources of information. Well, but this shows that there were many attempts to falsify the history of Crimean Tatars, and that the Soviet sources did not reflect the true figures of the Crimean Tatars. But I have always felt a sympathy and towards Crimean Tatars. I believe that they need our help as the nation. I believe that this nation will not disappear into the oblivion, because their spirit has been documented in many historic documents. They have their identity, they have their folklore, their writing, and so on. But as far as the political agenda is concerned, I believe that we, as politicians, should try to defend the history of this particular nation and other nations as well. we should disregard the falsified history, because there were many cases when history of many nations have been falsified and disseminated widely. When living in the Soviet regime, and I was a student, and I went to the Eastern Germany when a student. I remember we were taken to the history of the Museum of German History, and it appeared then that the history of Germany started in the year 1944, which meant that the events that happened previously did not even exist. I also saw a brochure of the Kaliningrad region, which started from 1945, which meant that, again, nothing before that had existed. So if we looked at Soviet sources, one might think that Crimean Tartars never existed, that those people who were self-willingly left Crimea and traveled across the Soviet Union. Well, I don't know whether we can change everything, but it is the duty of politicians not to give in to all the historic falsifications and to correct those historic falsifications. The key thing that we are doing now is a non-recognition policy of the annexation of Crimea and the recognition of the existence of Crimean Tartars. Sometimes people say that there is nothing good in that non-recognition policy because, well, I remember the non-recognition policy of Lithuania and of the Baltic states. Most probably I would lie if I had said that if there had been no non-recognition policy today, we wouldn't have been part of NATO and members of the European Union. We joined the European Union, which provided us with huge dividends. It is important to support the true history of Crimea and to support the non-recognition policy of the annexation. We as politicians from Lithuania spent some time in international organizations, for example, in such forums as the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. And this is the institution that is in the processes of non-recognition of annexation and occupation of such territories as Transnistria, Crimea, and so on. Most probably we would be able to find some 50 self-proclaimed countries which do not have the recognition of international organizations. I do have some hope, and the fact that we are here and that Seimas holds such an important conference means that we still believe in the positive outcome of the Crimean Tartars. If to quote Milan Kundera and Václav Havel, as well as others who talked about subdued and enslaved spirits, I believe that the spirit of the Tatar people has not been enslaved. Well, we sometimes do not notice certain things. We tend to think that they are rather reserved, but I still recall my father's ideas, who said that those were very bright people who he met in Siberia. One German journalist from the Deutsche Welle radio visited Lithuania in some 1980, and he noticed that it was very calm in Lithuania and that no one went on demonstrations or made riots. And he believed that Lithuanians were complacent with the situation, they were happy with the situation, and the journalists did not see the real situation because we did not show the situation and our feelings on the outside. But the time comes, the political environment changes, and people show what they truly think of. I remember that when the Olympic Games in Moscow were organized, some people believed that in 10 years' time there will be no such country as Lithuania, but we see that things are absolutely different now. George Friedman said that the most unexpected scenarios come true because we are getting ready for the most expected scenarios. When we were an enslaved nation under the Soviet rule, we were very happy about such a phenomenon as the Day of Enslaved Nations. I wonder whether it would be possible, well, I'm looking at Žygimantas Pavilionis, who is nodding his head. The Day of Enslaved Nations would look very beautiful, but to say that is easy. It is much more difficult to do that. We are afraid ourselves. So, whenever we talk about enslaved nations, for example, about Tibet, we usually try to think of what other countries will think of us. So we remember that when John Paul II came to Lithuania, he said, "Not be afraid." So I believe that we should not be afraid to talk about the enslaved nations today, because we are needed here. Thank you.
Gerbiamas Petrai, jūs norėtumėte repliką?
I see Mr. Vaitiekūnas is willing to respond, but please be brief, please.
Gerbiama Vareikė, jūs visiškai teisingai pažymėjot,
Mr. Vareikis, you have rightly mentioned frozen conflicts and that these territories are not recognized, although they should be recognized. This is where I fully agree with you, but let's take another step forward. What are those territories? Abkhazia, South Ossetia, Crimea will probably be a frozen conflict. These are the black holes of civilization which emanate crimes, smuggling, all sorts of human rights violations. Our Europe, our civilization, our member states are incapable of working with such territories, and thus they do not work with them. Well, in legal terms, everything seems correct. But we have more and more of these black holes of our civilization. However, these are the areas where people live in as well. So, can the intellectuals from your circle suggest and offer something to us? Because it might seem as we are not willing to do anything because everything seems to be correct. Well, thank you very much. I believe Mr. Vaitiekūnas and Mr. Vareikis perhaps shared rather similar ideas. Perhaps we will be able to join your discussion later on, after we listen all the other panelists in the discussion. So we would now like to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Yatsinkivsky, Ambassador of Ukraine.
Dear Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency Mr. Vytautas Landsbergis, dear Mr. Rifat Chubarov, dear members of parliament, excellencies, dear guests, I would like to start by expressing the words of sincere appreciation to the Lithuanian Seimas for hosting this very important event, as well as by noting the sincere gratitude to the Republic of Lithuania and Lithuanian people for a permanent friendly support of Ukraine and standing attention to the issue of the temporary occupation by Russia of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. As the Russian Federation continues to undermine the security, political and humanitarian tracks of the Minsk agreements, let me underline that Russia's aggression to Ukraine started by attempt of annexation of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol. 3 years of illegal temporary occupation have been marked by blatant violations of basic human rights and fundamental freedoms of the population of Crimean Peninsula, in particular Crimean Tartar and Ukrainian communities, leaving activists killed and disappeared. On 19th of April this year, the International Court of Justice has recognized the validity of Ukraine's claims in the submitted case Ukraine against Russia and decided to order provisional measures with a view to cease in violation of the Convention of the Eradication of all forms of racial discrimination. The Russian Federation must immediately fulfill the court order by, in particular, revoking the decision declaring the Majlis of the Crimean Tartar people an extremist organization and banning its activities. The Russian occupation authorities continue to intimidate, persecute and silence the dissenting voices. There are scores of cases of politically motivated persecutions, and among them need to be mentioned, we already mentioned, but I would like to underline again, the politically motivated sentences of the deputy chairman of the Crimean Tatar Majlis, Ilmi Umerov and Ahmed Chigos, and many others. Another similar case that has just happened in April 2017, and the illegal and inhuman decision of the North Caucasus Regional District Military Court in Rostov-on-Don to sentence Ruslan Zaytulayev, Ukrainian citizen, illegally detained on the territory of the Russian Federation, to 12 years. Ruslan Zaytulayev's case also confirms that Russia demonstrates no intent to stop discriminatory practice against members of the Crimean Tartar people, despite the relevant order of the International Court of Justice. It is also further proof that the Russian judicial system fully engages in the conditions prevailing in the totalitarian regime. It has become a tool of repression against dissent, a tool of injustice, dictatorship, and Russian aggression. I would like to use this opportunity and once again to express appreciation to the activity of our partner Lithuania within the United Nations, the OSCE, the Council of Europe, UNESCO, as well as to reiterate the gratitude to our Lithuanian friends for their proactive position and efforts in support of Ukraine's independence, sovereignty and territorial integrity. I would like to express the words of gratitude to head of the Committee of Foreign Affairs of the Seimas, Mr. Bernatonis, and to all the members of the committee for the adoption on February 3rd, 2017 of the statement on violation of human rights and fundamental freedoms of Ukrainian citizens by the authorities of the Russian Federation through illegal persecution and imprisonment. In this meeting, I had the honor to participate and make the appropriate statement. The latest example of our successful cooperation is the decision of the Ministerial Committee of the Council of Europe as of May 3, 2017, on the situation in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, Ukraine. This decision became the first complex document on that topic, and another confirmation of an unchanged position of the Council of Europe with regard to sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. In particular, the document acknowledged the responsibility of Russia, according to the international humanitarian law and international law on human rights. Be sure that the same attitude will be demonstrated at the nearest meeting of the Parliamentary Assembly of OSCE on July 5th till the 9th, 2017, when the draft Ukrainian resolution on restoration of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine will be discussed. We encourage also the OSCE Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights to use its mandate and available instruments to contribute to full implementation of the United Nations General Assembly resolution situation on human rights in the Autonomous Republic of Crimea and the city of Sevastopol, Ukraine. Moreover, we urge Russia to stop human rights abuses in the occupied peninsula, to observe provisions of international law applicable to situations of occupation, and fulfill the order of the International Court of Justice. The temporarily occupied territory must not be an exclusion zone concerning respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. I do believe that with the help of our joint efforts, it will put an end to Russian aggressive policy and will restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I would like to stress that thank you for mentioning the reaction of all institutions, especially the Council of Europe Parliamentary Assembly. I participated with Mr. Vareikis and under leadership of Mr. Ariev. It was achieved, I think, the most crystal clear evaluation of Russian aggression against Ukrainian territories and against Ukrainian state. Resolution was remarkable. So thank you for that. I would like to only underway to answer to Petros Vaitiekūnas. Yes, to Petros Vaitiekūnas improvised idea, absolutely surely based and looking to the face of our president of our constitutional court, that we should work with those holes, like organized holes by occupation regimes, but with one footnote, not letting our politicians, elected members of parliament, to visit either Crimea or Eastern Crimea, to have all methodologies excluding one. Remember how it was with Lithuanian Baltic occupation. No one foreign diplomat from the countries who never recognized Baltic occupation visited United States of America, other countries not visited Vilnius, Tallinn, and Riga. So in this case, we should ask our politicians keep away from those territories and not be included to the Russia strategy to melt our crystal clear position. But other methods you just mentioned, Petros, of course they are available and they should be enhanced. Professor Landsbergis would like to have, sir, for short, very short comment, please.
Labai ačiū, aš noriu dar vieną trumpą pastabą padaryti arba.
Thank you very much. I have a very slight remark concerning what was supposed to be discussed today. Luckily, colleague Vareikis has put the question on the table, namely the status and the determination of the problem, and in general, the situation of the entire nation of the Crimean Tatars. He has mentioned of the acceptability and the imposition of the non-existent Russian citizenship there. People apparently have no choice but to accept that civilization. So this is related to what Mr. Vareikis has mentioned, which is the status of an enslaved nation. We have once again encountered this term of an enslaved nation, which evidently was not supposed to exist following the collapse of the Soviet Union. After all, the Soviet Union was an entire enslaved nation, a nation enslaved by communists. It was essentially a conglomerate of nations. All of the nations within the Soviet Union were enslaved ones, and only Russia continued to be a collapsed nation following the collapse of the Soviet Union. As for the Crimean Tatars, they are a nation which was enslaved by an alien country. This is not merely a part of the citizens of a country. Crimean Tatars have their own homeland, they live there, but they're once again forced to go through slavery. And this has to be consolidated in the back of the minds of Europeans. Of course, North Koreans and other nations can also be taken in the same category as Tatars. But what Europe must be aware is that it is shameful that we have an enslaved nation within Europe. And so, once again, we see that Russia continues to be an enslaved nation and continues to enslave others. Slaves are not those who enslave others. They are the ones that are subjected to slavery. So let us try and ensure that international documents term the Crimean Tatars as enslaved nation. Thank you. Thank you very much. In response to our first head of state, let me remind you that the US Congress last summer established a day on captive nations. So we have just discussed this with Mr. Bernatonis, the very energetic speech by Ms. Merkel regarding Brexit. So I believe should draw this issue into this context, and I believe that Mr. Uštrevičius will help us to do that. I believe this is a good idea to transfer this idea to the rest of Europe, that Europe should have a Captive Nations Day celebrated annually. I've seen Mr. Shavkiev raising his hand, a dear friend of Mr. Chubarov, willing to say something.
Риза Шевкиев, член Меджлиса крымско-татарского народа.
Representative of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. Whenever I hear the what is being proposed for us to do, but as an elected member of the Majlis, I'd like to try to provide you with some proposals. The Crimea has been occupied for 3 years and 3 months now by the Russian Federation. Historically, Russia always tried to extinguish the Crimean Tartars. Crimean Tartars are exposed to propaganda of the alien country.
Когда почти 90% россиян зомбированы путинской идеологией.
Well, if we compare the mindset of the Russian people at the end of 1990 and now, we would notice that 95% of the Russian population have been exposed to Russian propaganda, and they believe in the propaganda that has been pushed to them. But we have to think that there is a threat that the Crimean Tartars, as the nation, will be destroyed. We also have to think about the country which is rich in natural resources. It has been said that Russia has achieved quite successful things. Russia is trying to talk about the use of the nuclear weapon, but well, it is not likely that the Russian authorities will stop their actions. I believe that we have to adopt a strategy to prevent the aggressor from going further. To do that, we have to write an appeal to European nations. We have to speak about increasing sanctions against the Russian Federation in all the areas of economy. Even we have to come that far as to blocking their media. But I believe that the democratic media knows what to do. Second, the global community has to initiate in the United Nations the hearing about the implementation of memorandums. Also, the United Kingdom and the US have to remember about the commitments that they have made, and because they have disrespected those commitments, Crimea was occupied and annexed. The countries which signed the agreement on the disarmament of Ukraine left Ukraine helpless in the face of aggression. Also, maybe there should be the international peace proceedings against the aggressor and against the guarantors of the Budapest Memorandum. As far as Ukraine is concerned, you know that the Ukrainian president has acknowledged and promised that they will adopt a law on the autonomy of Crimean Tartars. However, nothing has been done so far. I believe that this should be encouraged and promoted further on, and I believe that this conference should also appeal to the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, to the deputies of the Verkhovna Rada, and to urge the deputies to provide the status of the autonomy of the Crimean Tartars. Within the
Оккупационные власти продолжают
territory of
политику
Ukraine.
адаптации жителей
Ladies
Крыма,
and gentlemen,
в том числе перевод украинских
the
госактов на земли и недвижимость на российские акты,
occupying
предоставляет льготы переселенцам
authority
жителям северных регионов России. Надо спешить.
does not respect international law. We have to rush because time is in favor of Mr. Putin.
Последняя фраза для меня, я не уверен,
Well,
решительно
I'm not sure myself.
все сказанное.
Well, I support what has been said, but I don't know whether time would be beneficial for Mr. Putin, because no one recognized the occupation of Lithuania as well as other Baltic countries for 50 years, so I don't know whether the time will matter for Putin. But, well, I'd like to welcome my friend Arnoldas Pranckevičius, who is the head of the European Commission representation in Lithuania. I am pleased to see you here. We have just heard the presentation from our member of the European Parliament, Petras Auštrevičius. We talked about various aspects of Crimean Tartars. We also talked about the nationalized property of Crimean Tatars and that of Ukrainians. So I wonder whether it would be possible for you to communicate those and other issues globally, because we already know of the scope of the companies that have been nationalized and appropriated. What is being done with the property of Crimean Tatars? So if you could start communicating this message to the European Commission, saying that the Ukrainian government would like to start debating this issue in the European Commission, this would be very good. Former member of the Supreme Rada, Senchenko, made an overview from the perspective of Ukrainian courts. So we would be happy if you raised this issue on the European agenda. Thank you, Chairman. The European Commission greatly supports the wish of the Crimean Tatars to live on their own soil, to have no fear, to feel no intimidation, to have their property, to live without pressure, and to live and to leave wherever they want. Jean-Claude Juncker, President of the European Commission, as well as High Representative Mogherini, has said on numerous occasions that the position of the European Commission would remain as it is, and as long as the Russian Federation does not comply with the Minsk agreements. We should not give in to attempts to set us against each other. There were many resolutions and conclusions of various international organizations. However, texts alone cannot help the nation of Crimean Tatars. Lambrinidis and his office find it difficult to get access to the territory, to Crimea. Therefore, we have to consult with the various human rights agencies of the Council of Europe, as well as with various non-governmental organizations and independent media in Ukraine. However, we need far more effort. We have to create this historic case. We have to collect the evidence. We have to collect all the testimonies, all individual stories, in order not to forget this history, because the day will come when we will have to implement gestures. Now we have to remain patient and to provide all the possible support to Ukrainians and to Ukraine's attempts to preserve its territorial integrity and sovereignty. Thank you. Thank you for your comment and for assuring us of the position of the European Commission. And now I'd like to express my gratitude to the ambassador of Lithuania in Ukraine, Yanukonis, who has taken this position from Mr. Petras Vaitiekūnas. And I'd like to thank on my own behalf and on behalf of Mr. Bernatonis, who's the chairman of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, as well as other members of the committee, also on behalf of Professor Landsbergis, for the massive endeavors that you have undertaken while working in Ukraine. Being in Vilnius, we feel all your endeavors. Therefore, we'd like to express our gratitude on behalf of all of us for your endeavors. Mr. Petras Vaitiekūnas was the one to applaud the most. Thank you. Professor, members of the Seimas, President of the Constitutional Court, ambassadors, participants of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, I'm grateful to the Minister of Foreign Affairs and to the Committee on Foreign Affairs to organize the conference on the occasion of the Day of Crimean Tartars. This conference is attended by the leaders of the Mejlis of the Crimean Tatar people. This event is very important for us in raising the issue of Crimean Tatars on the international arena. It is also a very important event in commemorating the 620th anniversary of Crimean Tatars within the Grand Duchy of the Republic of Lithuania, I would also like to express my gratitude to Lithuania for its consistent position towards Ukraine's territorial integrity. The steps undertaken are very important and they have been greatly appreciated by our partners in Ukraine. This is an example of consolidated support and I'm grateful to you for that. I'll try not to repeat the things that have been mentioned because lots of aspects have been touched upon. Well, we all know that 3 years ago, the brutal violation of international law took place. And it is very important to note that the international community responded in a very unanimous way. Maybe they were not that expeditious and fast because there were rather long discussions before the sanctions against the Russian Federation were imposed. It was also said that the United Nations General Assembly adopted a resolution concerning integrity of territorial integrity of Ukraine. Maybe the resolution could use a stronger language. However, this resolution remains unchanged. We still do not talk about the mitigation of sanctions against the Russian Federation because of the annexation of Crimea. It is our primary task to maintain unity, and it is our challenge to maintain unity. Lithuania is active towards that effort. It is going to continue together with its efforts in the European Union and NATO. Well, we are concerned about the situation in Crimea. One aspect is the military one, because what we see is that the peninsula is being actively militarized and the Russian Federation is deploying the most modern military equipment. We are greatly concerned about the possible deployment of nuclear weapons on the peninsula. We are also concerned about the people, about the nation of Crimean Tartars. We have talked a lot about this issue. Crimean Tartars, as well as Ukrainians and other nations, are being persecuted. They are subjected to constant human rights violations. It is also important to note that Crimean Tartars have been the pro-Ukrainian force since 1991, and they remain so despite the current situation. Many Tatars have defended the integrity and independence of Ukraine, and many Tatars have joined the Ukrainian army.
Apie Krymo totorių tautą ir pavergtosios tautos statusą.
Well, Crimean Tartars, as the captive nation, as the professor said, is the example of the nation's tragedy. We know that the Tatar nation was deported for several decades from its homeland many decades ago. However, currently this nation is again undergoing pressure. And if Crimean Tatars are pro-Ukrainian, they either have to feel the consequences or to leave Crimea. But I believe that it is the fundamental right of every nation to live in their indigenous land. Because it is their only homeland. The international community and Crimean Tatars have to publicly declare the names of those who have been tortured, who have been prosecuted, who have been detained both in Crimea and within the territory of the Russian Federation. We have to make this information public. We also have to calculate the damage incurred because of the illegal annexation of Crimea. Well, we have to make public all the facts that have been mentioned by Mr. Andrei Senchenko. So we have to speak about the damage that was made to various organizations and to private people. We have to demand the Russian Federation to compensate for the damage, and Lithuania also tries to help Crimean Tatars through various projects financed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Lithuania. Also, we try to integrate Crimean Tatars displaced from Crimea. We try to help Crimean artists to the independent media of Crimea. It has also been mentioned that we have to speak about the illegal annexation of Crimea and the rights of Crimean Tatars on various international forums. It would be very good if representations of Crimean Tatars were established, at least symbolically, in such biggest capitals as Washington, Warsaw, Brussels, Berlin, or even in Vilnius. I would like to invite everyone to support the initiative which we have been deliberating with Crimean Tatars for quite a long. I also believe that it would be also very useful to commemorate the historic relations between Lithuanians and Crimean Tatars. For example, to set up the monument to the Crimean Khanate in the town of Trakai. Cultural diplomacy, dissemination of culture would also be of great support to Crimean Tatars, because this small nation has a very unique culture and unique artists who contribute greatly to putting the issue of Crimea and Ukraine high on the agenda. I believe that this should be done in other foreign countries too. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Ambassador. In my turn, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Yanukonis, His Excellency Ambassador. I know that he cooperates a lot with many international companies. He has done a lot for the Crimean Tartars, and the Ambassador, I'd like to bow my head. I'd like to give the floor now to the Dean of the Politics of Management Faculty of Mykolas Romeris University, Mr. Valentinavičius. Later on, I will give the floor to Gulnara Bekirova.
Iš tikrųjų, noriu pradėti padėkomis šitos konferencijos.
Let me start by thanking the organizers of this event and in general to the Seimas and Mr. Jakubauskas for this event, as well as to the other keynote speakers for their interesting presentations. We are organizing this discussion in Lithuania, a country which managed to escape the prison of enslaved nations. As for the tragedy of the Crimean Tartars, who unfortunately had to be taken back to the prison, I believe that we have failed to address this problem of this prison, or as Mr. Vaitiekūnas has said, to find a place for Russia in the modern world. And unless we do that, we won't be able to help the Crimean Tatars. When it comes to this issue, I'm not that very optimistic, as I hear certain distinctions made in that the Russian leadership is bad and the Russian people are good. I'm not persuaded and not convinced when I see the rates justifying the support for the occupation of Crimea. The figures are very concerning, especially when I hear some of the leaders of the opposition who say that that's the opinion of the nation. And so we will leave Crimea for ourselves. And these were some of the very important people of the opposition. Mr. Žalimas, president of the Lithuanian Constitutional Court, said that the referendum on the annexation of Crimea was illegal, basically because it was based on the argument of Russianness. But there's another reason to justify that. Autocratic societies do not have a public opinion as such. Therefore, to organize a referendum of the public opinion is meaningless. The system of Vladimir Putin is Ein Führer, Ein Volk system, the Goebbels of which have learned how to make use of the social networks and the modern technologies. This is a basically fully controlled society, which is why it makes me a huge pessimist in that Russia might change by his nation miraculously waking up all of a sudden. Even with certain milder uprisings, this cannot be done, because it is an autocratic country which is, and a society is largely controlled by the government. Therefore, we have to speak of a strategy how to help Crimea. There was once a strategy to help all enslaved nations called the Cold War. A book on the Cold War was written 10 years ago, and I believe it would be high time to do that right now. Because yes, we do pursue a policy of non-recognition. We will never recognize the annexation and occupation of Crimea. But what will be the content of this non-recognition? That's one point. Secondly, our policy of non-recognition of our occupation lasted for 50 years. So this means that we have to prepare for a very long road to go. And when we consider that there are no signs of change in Russia, we have to prepare ourselves for an attrition war. So let us recall the instruments of the Cold War strategy. The strategy functioned through Helsinki committees, through the Freedom Radio, which has been mentioned today several times, and Pershings. As for Pershings, things are changing now. We now have more and more NATO allies. We tend to say that the West happened to say goodbye to the illusions of a nice future, all of which is thanks to Putin's actions. As for Helsinki committees, we have heard a lot from the European Commission and the European Parliament. However, we should think of the ways how to reinvent the Helsinki process. Because right now we are trying to help the representatives of the opposition. But soon there will be no such thing as an actual opposition. So we have to be ready to prepare the people who are not part of the system, who have a diverging opinion, because the political system is shutting down itself. This requires a certain infrastructure, an efficient one, which would cover all the atrocious cases that have been reported to us by Mr. Senchenko and Reza Shevkiev and others. In other words, we have to have a very clear infrastructure as to where the information on these atrocious cases should go to, and be ready to react rapidly, just like it was in the case of the previous Cold War. And thirdly, information wars. We must have new instruments and a new understanding with regards to what is being done, as Mr. Lukhanov has mentioned about the media in Crimea. But what is happening with regards to media, what Professor Landsbergis referred to as the production of an army of slaves. So the Cold War strategy is a long-term strategy. I've heard the opinions by several long-standing politicians as to how they have been working and approaching the issues of Crimea. However, the Cold War strategy is that should be undertaken by the entire global community, and to influence and inspire international organizations, the members of which we are also of. We have to be true members of these organizations to make use of all the instruments, international instruments available to us. Thank you. Thank you very much. And we would now like to give the floor to Ms. Gulnara Bekirova. We are very sorry for not being able to give you the floor previously, so we give you the floor right now. Thank you very much. My name is Gulnara Bekirova. I'm also a member of the Majlis of the Crimean Tatar people. I myself represent Kherson territory, this is a part of Crimea which was inhabited by the Crimean Tartars in 1967. These were the Tatars that came from Kazakhstan. At the time, the Soviet Union issued a decree on the right of the Tatars to inhabitate Crimea. My parents were among the first 100 people who left for Crimea. For the first 3 months, we were nomads. We were not expected, nobody was waiting for us, and our first stop was Kherson Alexeyevik station. So this territory is one of the first territories inhabited by the Crimean Tartars. Despite the difficulties that we had to undergo, we have not lost the touch with our culture and our traditions. The Crimean Tatars, as a nation, managed to find the strength to come back to their homeland and restore their long-lasting culture. However, in the spring of 2014, the social and cultural life in Crimea had suffered a shock, which severely changed the ethnic structure, the worldview and the outlook of the community, as well as the entire community in general. All of these events have changed the daily lives of those who remained in the peninsula. The people still living there are forced on a daily basis to make unexpected decisions, and the shock after the occupation has not yet left the people. However, the consequences of the shock will be only felt many years on. Over the 200 years of history of the Crimean Tatars, many sad events have taken place. That is why the connection of the people with the culture are very fragmented. However, the culture in itself is full of beauty and meaningfulness. Today, we're faced with the challenge of discussing the return of life and culture back to Crimea. To do that, we have to go back to our roots and understand at the same time that we are living in a modern world. The difficult destiny of the Crimean Tatars is also reflected in our folklore. Our culture was very unique. It had never depended on the historical catastrophes and retained its identity. The annexation of Crimea is yet another challenge for our culture, which is reflected in our theater houses, in our culture houses, and it strongly affects the psychology and the mindset of people. That is why our main goal in the conditions of the occupation is to retain our identity and our strong sense of culture. One way of doing that is putting an emphasis on our culture. We are cooperating with local municipalities, with our Majlis, and we focus a lot on the key dates of the deportations of our people. Such events marking such deportations have been banned in Crimea. We're organizing the so-called Bayram events, and they're very meaningful to us. They're meaningful to our culture. The days of the flag of the Crimean Tatars have been held not only in Ukraine, but also across the world. And yesterday it was also supported by Lithuanians. And they have promised us that on the 26th of May they will join us in organizing a day of the flag of the Crimean Tatars. Today, together with Ukrainians and other Crimean Tatars, we have a chance to sing the national anthem of Crimea, which once again confirms that the Crimean Tatars are not about a separate religion or a separate culture that can affect the peaceful cohabitation of people. The culture of the Crimean Tatars embodies the best features of spirituality. Culture is an entire complexity of the understanding of the world, full of respect. There is no place for lies, deception, or envy in it. It is a culture where everybody respects senior citizens. Our culture will be preserved, and we will pass it over to our future generations. And together with the rest of the world, we do believe that justice will prevail and that the Crimean Tatars will regain their only homeland, Crimea. The nation of the Crimean Tatars had to undergo a lot, but it is a strong nation. And I would like to end my intervention with a poem delivered in Crimean language.
Sen olmasan bulbul konmaz, kalem tutkan koluma. Sen olmasan kim parçalar yüreğimin buzların. Sen olmasan uşurum men buzlarım. Sen olmasan yolda izde haltrarım, sızlarım. Sen olmasan yerde kalmaz omur bella izlarım. Sen olmasan kim işitir vatan degen sesimi. Sen olmasan men ölgen son kim hatırlar neslimi. Sen olmasan ne ay doğar, ne tan atar dünyada. Sen olmasan ne vatan var, ne ana var, ne baba. Не будь тебя, любимый мой народ, без той страны, где есть отец и мать, я не смогу и слова написать.
If it was not for you, I would not be able to write a single word. My land, my coastline of my land allows me to be myself. If it was not for you, my dear homeland, there wouldn't be me. That would be the essence of this poem. So thank you very much to you, Lithuanians, for supporting Crimean Tatars. And by the way, let me invite you to our quarter to visit once in a while as well. Thank you very much. Let me just apologize for being late according to our agenda. And without further ado, I give the floor to the brief remarks by Mr. Žalimas. First of all, we will then be able to make our final conclusions and go to the place where we will receive lunch. Mr. Pavilionis is our long-term ambassador in the US that is now working in the Committee on Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much. Those of you who don't know, my grandfather lived in the village of 44 Tatars. My grandparent is also of the Crimean Tatar origin, so I have a deep connection with your nation. After listening to many of your speeches, I can say that we must first of all start a very effective information campaign. What Mr. Yanukovych has called the representations, I would call myself contact points. When we were struggling for our freedom, we had such contact points in New York, and elsewhere. So I believe Crimea should also have similar contact points and undergo an information campaign which would be very attractive. Let's say once in a week they could issue a leaflet and send it to others, organize thereby meetings. I'm well aware of the effect of such meetings. It was the information campaign specifically that helped us. This, of course, requires financial support, which can be done by Washington or others who could support this kind of activity, because everyone is now afraid of the scale of the mass disinformation pursued by the Kremlin. At the moment, the fact of interference into the election period by the Kremlin is what intimidates everyone across the world. So I believe such information campaigns can be widely supported and shouldn't be costly. The experience of mine, as well as that of Mr. Zingeris, shows that we were able to organize regular meetings at the US Congress celebrating the days of democracy. So I believe you could do the same and follow the same example by organizing similar events. For example, on the 17th of November, Washington is going to host an event dedicated to commemorate the victims of communism. It will take place at the Union Station, and it will be an event that could even attract the attention by President Trump. This will be a huge event celebrating the victims of Bolshevism. We will also have members of our delegation, headed by Professor Landsbergis, taking the place there and taking part there. And as for the day of the captive nations, I believe you, as a nation, are one of the major victims of communism. So you have been sacrificed for more than a decade, for more than a century. So I hope that you will be able to ensure that when on the 17th of November, the 7th of November, Putin is going to drink champagne celebrating communism and Bolshevism, you will be able to celebrate the day of captive nations together with others in Washington. This can be an organized campaign which you could also join. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ambassador, former ambassador and current member of the Seimas, for this proposal to redeploy the previous declaration in the captive nations for your purposes. We will suggest the same idea to the European Parliament as well. And now we're looking forward to a surprising and impressive words of eloquence by Mr. Žalimas that will be added to our conclusions. Perhaps let us ask the editorial commission under the Committee on Foreign Affairs
su ponu Adu, reiškia, ir čia esančiais dar keliais politikais, gal manimi ir dar keliais, gal Pono Vareikiu. Ir, žodžiu, mes turbūt bandysime kartu suformuluoti redakcinę grupę, kuri po savaitės išleis šios konferencijos.
To ensure that following a week after today's event, we will be able to deliver a resolution of this conference, which together with Mr. Jakubauskas, Vareiskis and others, we will be able to contribute to. And now the floor goes to Mr. Žalimas. Well, Thank you very much. And my final conclusion could be a rather simple one. Following all the presentations made today, one thing is clear, that is that the annexation of Crimea is unilaterally to be treated as a form of aggression, that there are numerous arguments used to justify it. To stress one of them is that the chairman of the Russian Constitutional Court makes use of two arguments to justify the annexation of Crimea, which is the threat of Islamic extremism and the neo-Nazi Banderas regime in Kiev. These are the two arguments that the chairman of the Russian Constitutional Court stresses to justify the annexation of Crimea. So we can stress that annexation in essence is an evil, but if one tries to take away homeland from people who have no other place to go, the international community has only one thing to do, which is to pursue a policy of non-recognition. And I hope that it will not last for another 50 years like it was the case with the Baltic states. This requires further continuation with the people of Crimea, whatever origin they are. However, this should not mean that we recognize the legality of the activities pursued by the de facto government in Crimea. So perhaps the same could be pursued as it was the case with the occupied Baltic states 50 years ago. And as for cooperation, further cooperation, I believe that we must ensure it to have the decisions by the International Court of Justice finally implemented. And I would agree with what Mr. Pavilonis has said. Nowadays, you can be right and truthful, but if you are not capable of presenting your truth and argumenting it, you will not succeed. So we have to be clear in stressing what is the evil of annexation and what are the violations, the human rights violations of the Crimean Tatar people. Thank you very much. And we do hope that during the first Congress of the presidents of the constitutional courts to be held here in Lithuania for the first time, and as far as I know, the Russian Constitutional Court leadership is not taking part in the event due to reasonable grounds, but if during your event, during your Congress, you are capable to raise the issues of the rights of the Crimean Tatar people, that would be truly great. Of course, it is up to you to decide whether or not you do that. But we would be truly grateful to you if you are capable to put these issues on the agenda of your meeting. So we are grateful for your participation in the event from the beginning till the very end of it, and for drawing your conclusions. And for the final sum up of the event, I would like to give the floor to our final speaker before inviting you for lunch on behalf of Mr. Bernatonis. And if he allows me, I will try to do on his behalf and invite you all to lunch. However, just before that, let us listen to Mr. Rafat Chubarov and a few other panelists still present here.
Уважаемый господин Бернатонис,
Mr. Bernatonis, Mr. Zingeris, other distinguished guests, Well, Mr. Vaitiekūnas was the only ambassador from the EU countries who was allowed to remain in Crimea for a rather long time. Therefore, I would like to express my gratitude once again for the opportunity for us to get together, to meet, and to think about the further actions, to coordinate our actions. We are all driven by a very noble objective. And it is even more important for me to note that we are talking in this hall, which was used for the adopting of the Constitution of the Republic of Lithuania. I took a picture of Mr. Landsbergis just for the purpose to have him in this very historic picture that is hanging on the wall. This meeting is very symbolic for me. I am a historian, and I will give you one statement for you which has been proven by life. It is also about the history of Lithuania too, which has been also mentioned. Our nations have always pursued their freedom and independence, and this helps us to speak and to say that constant encouragements to be realistic in various stages of history sometimes mean an encouragement to give in and to succumb. When being a realist, we should never forget about the fundamental principles of truth and justice. No one can stop us in our way for effective mechanisms for the deoccupation of Crimea. Well, some things might seem for you as unrealistic or impossible, but it will become possible tomorrow. I wanted to draw your attention to the ideas expressed by Chefiev. Some of the ideas might have seemed improbable, but when we talk about the future of people, we either have to establish new instruments. During the break, journalists asked me in what way Lithuania could help Crimean Tartars and Ukraine. Lithuania is a small country within the European Union, and I said that in the 21st century, the size of the territory and the size of the population are not important. However, when defending national principles, there is a need of consistency and determination. Lithuania is the driving force, both in the European Union and globally, in promoting the principle of territorial integrity of Ukraine. So the things that you have been doing and that we have been engaged in are very important because we do feel the results of our joint activities. Our work started immediately after the occupation of Crimea. Mr. Žygimantas Povilionis talks about captive nations. I believe that we will continue our activities that we have started with Mr. Zingeris, and that this event in September in Washington will take place. Our activity in Ukraine is also yet another important aspect. Catastrophes that have resulted in the occupation of the territory of Ukraine and the annexation of Crimea could have been avoided if 20 years before the occupation, Kiev had had a systematic and consistent policy towards the restoration of the rights of Crimean Tartars. If the idea of the Crimean autonomy had substance, had very concrete content, such tragedies wouldn't have happened. The state's position was very weak. Therefore, it was very easy for Moscow to occupy the peninsula. I believe that in certain situations, we will ask our Western partners to understand the work that we are doing in Kiev. Here I have in mind the work in various commissions and legislation in the parliament. We have to reframe the policy of Ukraine. I'm also very grateful to Mr. Egidijus Vareikis and Professor Vytautas Landsbergis for their ideas to commemorate the Day of Captive Nations. I believe that we will make our minds and we will find some arguments to make this happen, to have this initiative effective, so that it does not remain only as an initiative. On the 26th of June this year, as it has been said, we celebrate the Day of the National Flag of Crimean Tartars. It is widely celebrated in Ukraine. Therefore, we would kindly ask other countries which have Crimean Tartars as a minority in their country could also celebrate this day and hoist the national flag of Crimean Tartars to show their solidarity with us and to show their support in our fight. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the joint work. And Emanuelis Zingeris has just said that Mr. Bernatonis will have to conclude our today's proposal in a paper version. We will contribute to that document, and thank you for your attention. Before thanking all those who contributed to the conference, I see signatory Andriukaitis, who has been together with us for the whole day. I would also like to express my gratitude to the Office of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Mr. Bernatonis. If you allow me, I, as the former chair of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, would like to express my gratitude to Milda Petrokaite, to the head of the office, Evaldas Zelenka, for their enthusiasm, and I would also like to express my gratitude to the interpreters. We also have with us Asta Andriauskiene, who has been with us for many years. We are grateful for your work for those many years, and not only today. She works in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and well, she has some personal motivation towards that topic. And coming back to the resolution, I'd like to note that the Committee on Foreign Affairs recently adopted a very interesting proposal that was made by one of the members who is present here, that is to commemorate the 100th anniversary of independence, that is to propose Finland as well as the 3 Baltic nations to celebrate this day together, most probably in Geneva, which previously held the League of Nations. We would also like to talk about the independence of Ukraine and the independence of Georgia. Also to talk about the Habsburg, Austro-Hungarian Empire. So we have raised this idea with our Polish colleagues. They approved of the idea, and they believe that our independence 100 years ago was very successful. I'd like to remind you that in front of the central entrance, there is a quote of our independence declaration saying that the state of Lithuania is restored as a democratic republic. And these are the words from the declaration that was adopted in 1918. You will also see the hole left by the bullet of the 13th of January 1991 events. So let's hope that we will never get into the same situation that the captive nations are now. Now, I'd like to congratulate the unbreakable will of Crimean Tartars. I'd like to note that the book has just been released by the leader of the Crimean Tartars. That is the book by Mustafa Jamilov, The Unbreakable. From the title of the book, we can already infer that this man was unbreakable and who could survive 20 years of Soviet repressions. We are together with the state of Ukraine. It was already said today that the success of Ukraine can mean the success for the Russian nation, which unfortunately now does not have the possibility to assess clearly the damage made by the occupational regime. As a previous member of the group of negotiations between the Soviet Union and Lithuania, I'd like to propose that there should be a clear approach towards 1917-1918. The Russians have to take the example of the Ukrainians and to pursue freedom. I thank all of you. I thank you for your determination. I thank Mr. Žalimas for being with us for the whole of the day and who will transfer this message to the international community of constitutional presidents of the Constitutional Court. On behalf of the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Forum for Parliamentary Democracy, has the pleasure of inviting everyone to the lunch. The lunch will be served in Building 1 of the Seimas. Oh, sorry, Building 3 of the Seimas.
Ateina taip.